Let's see what happens. Stranger things have happened. Sure, I'm still plugged in. Oh, lose my power. 32%. Okay. Well, I don't know if anybody's going to be showing up, but I am live. So I don't know if there's any. Let's get something to try. Who knows? I can probably get more followers, hopefully. Yeah, who knows? This is just me reaching out, see what's going on with life, liberty, freedom, whatever. Anything's possible, I guess. Probably not. Yeah. No, odds are against me here. Odds are never in my favor, but I can. Well, I got somebody watching. Not sure who, but oh, not much. Like just just hanging out, checking things out for a change. Yeah. Glad I caught you. I love those arrows. I mean, I hope you can understand the picture I sent you of Johnny's link. I actually have it. I'm not sure where I put it, but you should have it. Uh, well, we put $1,200 down on a new place today, so that's something. Spent a lot of money. Hung out with my wife and son. Got to see my sister. Good. I gave you there was two of them that I had for his, and I wasn't sure on the second one. But hopefully, what you want to see something funny is that I've got something to show you. Hey, Harvey, thank you for coming. Okay. Okay. Here's what's really funny. Like, I'm not going to show the your address on here, obviously. This one, my current address doesn't matter because we're moving. So I still got the tube that you sent me. Oh, we put down $1,200 on our new place today. Later this week, we're going to start moving everything over, and hopefully, we'll be out of this place by the end of next weekend, and then into the new one. Hopefully, it won't take our new landlord too long to get things done. Glad to hear it, Blake. Glad to hear it. Let's see here. I did pick up a new box I'm going to use for my archery gear today. I picked it up from a retail shop called Stuffs. They have a lot of secondhand gear and things like that. They had like a Cabela's backpack there. They wanted $50 for it, but the zipper was screwed, so I didn't want to really spend that much money on it. But the new box for my archery gear, which I haven't had a chance to do anything with yet, literally just brought it in from the truck. Is this one? I'm going to use this. I know it's a tackle box, but I figured the top tray, these are really, really deep in here. These first ones, I can use these for my tips, and I can put my glues and my feathers in that one. When I get the new address, I will let you know what it is. Like, I mean, we don't even, I mean, I know the physical address. I don't know what the mailing address is quite yet. We got to ask. But this thing is so new, even though it was at a secondhand shop, it still has the Plano information in it. But I'm gonna turn this whole thing into an archery box. And he's even got some fishing gear in here, which I'm going to end up giving to my boy because he wants it. And I only paid. Let's see if I get this thing off here. Paid. I'm not sure you can see that. $14.99. The tackle box. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Thanks for coming. How you? By the way, Rob, moving this week. Yep. I mean, I've got a lot of my gear party. Hey, Ian, come here, please. I got so many archery gloves. It's ridiculous. No. One of the things I have a lot of, see, archery gloves, tips, nocking pliers. Nocking pliers. Now, where did you move to, Rob? I was curious. I know you were moving. You didn't say where. We're moving over by Carlisle. I'll give you the exact address later, but let's see here. Trying out my new box I got for archery. See how these hold the tips. Ooh, that fits in really well. I'm not sure how well you can see that, but yeah, I can get it up there. You can see it. First archery tip in there. Broadhead fits in there perfectly. Ooh, ouch. That sounds expensive. Yeah, not in Carlisle proper, outside of Carlisle, near Avon Lake, if you know it. I'm not giving it an exact address because, it's the internet. I don't even have my address yet for mailing, but I'm going to end up getting a post office box for my channel. So that way, everything's easier to get around to and that kind of thing. It's a nice little place. It's nothing major, but it's our temporary place while we work on our finances to getting the paperwork together for doing a loan for a permanent house. So, I mean, my wife and I are fed up with renting, and we're going to go with buying our own place finally. We're just, I think we deserve it. $15 minutes. That's cool. It doesn't have any land like our current place does, but if there is enough room for me to set up an archery range in either the backyard or the side yard, and you're more than welcome to come out anytime to come shoot. That way we can still have fun, that kind of thing. And oh, you haven't seen the new arrows. I'll be showing those in a bit if you're interested. And I've got a new arrow coming from Blake there. He made me a new one, which I think is going to be really cool. I've got so much more stuff in here. Yeah, we just got like 3 really nice heavy-duty archery gloves. That's not even all of them. That's just one's my son's, one's my wife's. Well, actually, 2 are my son's, one's my wife's. Mine's in my bag. Yeah. It's on the outskirts, but at least there's a couple places we can go fishing, so that'd be cool. I mean, I know it says unless you're not really supposed to fish there unless you live there, but I do now. Oh, please forgive me. I'm grabbing gear to put in the deal. Go to bed. Go to bed. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I'm just grabbing stuff to put in my kit to make it more organized. Hey, Reef, how you doing? I haven't fished there yet, Rob, so I'm just doing the best I can. One of the things I'm adding to my kit is my broadhead sharpener. My cheap Walmart knockoff of a Mora. But it's a fishing knife. That'll work. My rabbit deal for when I go bow hunting for rabbits. And since you haven't seen them yet, check this out. This is the arrows. I won the Shabs a couple weeks ago, almost a month now, at the Iowa Deer Classic, and I had them fletched into 4 fletch, as you can see. And I had 125 grain tips. These are 435 grain with 125 grain tips, and the overall flight speed is 185 feet per second. So they're pretty fast. That's with my 74-pound longbow. Now, I have not shot them out of any of the other bows I have yet, but that's what they do. I do have, let me see. Give me a second here. We got some pictures I want to show, the ones that Blake made. He sent them to my Facebook. I would like to show them off. If anybody's, give me a second. I'm trying to get. He's got some really, really good pictures. Okay, let me see here. I'm not sure if I can make this. Let me see if I can. Okay, here we go. I'll show these off. These are actually pretty cool. Hey, Cliff, how you doing? Welcome home. If anybody's interested, please feel free. I'll post the link invite. I've got some stuff to show you. So, hey, Charmaine, how you doing? Let's see here. Here's what I wanted to show you guys. Share this here. Up there. There. Oh, yeah, there we go. Now let me put this a little bit bigger. Okay, that's the tips that on the new arrows that he's made. And four-fletched, as you can see, really nice. That's before he cut them. This is after. That is a really awesome. Now, Blake, did you actually make those or you find those? I forgot to ask. I think it's pretty cool work myself. I mean, it looks plenty sharp, that's for sure. Definitely could take down something with that. And just for fun, he was showing me pictures of a friend of his who made the Batmobile. But that's just for fun. Wow, that's cool. You can flint knap. That's a skill I do not have. I've seen it done. I'm sure I could figure it out, but you have more patience than I do, sir. My hat's off to you. Hey, LT, how you doing? Just I got some updates and stuff of things I want to tell people, and all this other fun stuff. So, thank you for coming. Got my libation of my favorite Pepsi, as always. My wife is over there falling asleep, and a cat usually at my feet. Put the first $1,200 down on my new place today, and we should be in starting everything moved in by Wednesday. And next week, this week's live stream might not happen due to the fact of the move. So I guess this is pretty much it, unless something else changes. I always wear eye protection, like kind of a can't see without them type of thing. More stuff. That's going to be a really good deal. Sorry. This tackle box came with some brand new fishing gear that my boy appropriated. Well, technically, I just gave it to him because I didn't need it, but it's going to work really well for my new archery box. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? I am doing well. Love, are you doing well? My wife gives you the thumbs up. I give it the double. Thank you for coming. Just a quick update, with how things are going with us. Got down payment on a new place. Be moving this week, so this background will not be my normal background pretty soon, so it's gonna be interesting. I will probably see. I'm not sure which room of the house I will be doing these on. It could be in the sunroom or the living room, or even in the garage, depending on how things go. Actually, I went and see my family today. I haven't seen my sister. When was the last time we seen Joni? What? When was the last time we went to see Joni? Last year? Yeah. It was over Christmas, so I haven't seen my family in a while. So, is anybody interested in coming up here tonight? I would love to share my screen with you if anybody's interested. I'd share a Pepsi with you if you wanted one. I've got some. I got plenty. Hey, Mac. Well, it is actually a really good thing because it gets us away from our current landlord we have to deal with and into one who actually understands us. So that's cool. I have a warm kitty sleeping, laying down on my feet. So my feet are nice and toasty. I finally figured out why he's laying here. No, in-floor heating. It's right here. Yeah, I just realized that. Yeah. Ah, that's cool. You can just, hang out in the chat room, be yourself, hide, walk around naked in your room with your fox head on, whatever. What do you want to do? Just don't show it. That's my wife's words, not mine. But I wasn't, I was wanting anybody to come up because like I was saying, with me moving this week, I may not be doing a live on Thursday. Unfortunately. Hey, Nicole, long time no see. Sorry, slow down. Okay. So, what is new with everybody? I know the new arrow from Blake, Sarah, Nicole, Rob. I know about you. LT, anything new? And Stranger Danger? Stranger? What the? Nicole says she loves you. Jenny says she loves you back, Nicole. And Blake, I think if you could do it, I think you need to do a video on your flip napping of your arrowheads. I would love to see you do that. Heck, I would love you to teach me how to do that, which would be even better. I mean, I have a few, the one you got me, and I've got this one. This is made of Jasper. Yeah, I haven't seen her in a while either. No, she just been, but she's cool. And as I was saying, if anybody wants to come up, I would love to share the screen with you guys, your family, your friends. Oh, that'd be awesome. I will probably finally get to put in raised beds once we get moved. It's going to take some while to rehab the yard a bit because they had a lot of dogs. We're talking about 4 or 5. And I don't think they cleaned up after them that much. And the yard is looking pretty ragged. So we're going to have to do some rehab and getting that all done and put in some raised beds where we can have our container gardening, which I'm going to lean on Cliff's experience and Mallory's and Johnny's and anybody else who does that kind of thing. I've only recently raised a tomato in one of my plants, which is out there in another room. I can't do anything with morels, Rob. I'm allergic, remember? And I know it's coming. And I know you make good money at it too, unless you like eating them, which I can't. I got a mower, don't have a weed eater. Let me see here. I will do some. I got some moderators. I mean, they can help with the links. Let me see here. Ooh, pretty much a lot of people are moderators here. Let me see here. I get some more people's links up here. I don't think I have everybody. I can try. Give me a second here. I got a keyboard. Oh, come on. work. Let's see here. I'm trying to find Blake's channel. He probably doesn't have much, but oh, there it is. Yeah, we got 18 videos. That's cool. Okay, we're gonna do Blake's channel for those people who want to check him out. He is. Hey, Grace, how you doing? And here's his channel. There's Blake's channels, folks. Check him out. I can understand that, Sarah. Myself, in our previous house to the one we're in right now, we were there 9 years. We were able to put in a garden. It was, grow quite a few things. And one of our best things for us there was pumpkins, melons, and cucumbers and green beans. Our carrots never took off. Never understood that. Maybe it's been the rabbits. Grace, just to let you know, we put the deposit on the house today. So $1,200 just went, and we should be moving in sometime this week. Hopefully, if everything goes well tonight, we should have this whole room packed and getting ready to ship over to the new place. I picked up a new trailer hitch for my truck and everything, so that'd be kind of cool. So, Rob, you got any more fishing videos or anything like that? Or are you going to go back out to Lake Aquabi, or are you going to go to Easter Lake since you're now in Des Moines? Thank you, Nicole. It's not as big as this one, obviously, but it does have its advantages. It has a full basement, but not finished. It has a garage, which we actually get to use this time, which is really cool. Also, it has a fireplace. We're going to get it checked out, make sure the fireplace is sound before we use it. But it's going to be kind of cool. I can do a small video of the fireplace. Well, it needs a decent mantle. I don't think it has a mantle, but I can probably get one just to put over it to make it look cool. I think. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I haven't been fishing since I've been so busy with the move, get ready for the move and stuff. So I do have my fishing pole ready. It's over there with my gear. But maybe one of these times after work, maybe you and I can go do some fishing or something. I know Ian is ready to go do some fishing. He's like kind of jonesing. Yep. We do our best. I mean, what we're planning on doing is getting our paperwork all in order before the end of the year, have a down deposit on a new place. We're gonna build. So what we want to do is buy an acreage, a couple acres of land, and have a house put on it, and all that fun stuff. I actually fish for whatever I can get. I'm not a fan of catfish that much, um, but I prefer bass, crappie, trout. Um, Not a fan of perch. I do like striped bass sometimes, but I try to whatever I catch, I try to eat. Because more than a few times uh, growing up that we've had to catch fish for food because we needed it. So that's the way it works for me. I have some videos of Ian fishing. I don't really have a lot of me fishing because, to be honest, my son's a lot better than I am because he likes it more than I do. I am more of an archer than a fisherman. I am in Iowa. State of confusion is another way to say it. Well, I mean, catfish is okay. I like it fried. So we got George Blake in Georgia. Grace is in Indiana. I'm in Corn Fed is also in Iowa. Uh, Nicole is in Oklahoma City. I'm not sure if it's in Oklahoma. It would be in Oklahoma. Yeah. So I know where everybody is except for LT. I don't know where LT's from. He was in here earlier. And Cliff Foxhead Outdoors is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Reef Robber, who was here earlier, I'm not sure where he's from. And who else was in here? Oh, Harvey Black. If he's still in here, he's from Australia. Walleyes have a lot of bones. I just not sure how to cook those or even clean those. And I've shown you guys my fishing gear before. What I use for trap fishing. What did I do with my favorite backpacking telescopic fishing rod? My Shakespeare. I think it's Shakespeare, isn't it? It's my Bass Pro fishing pole, but it works. Okay, I don't know how to fillet. As much as I would love to, I am terrible at doing that. I just basically, if you can't gut it, clean it, skin it, and fry it up, I don't know how to do it. I even do my trout that way. That's cool. Do we have any people from Ohio? Other than Dave Canterbury, I'm not sure who else I know is Ohio. I think I know somebody. Catfish is good. We grew up. My dad caught a. Sure if it was either a flathead or something like that. It was the head was like literally. I'm sorry for saying though, but it's about a foot and a half wide and about 4.5 feet long. How'd that go? Mine's just a cheapy Bass Pro Special, but it works fine. Let's see. Can I do something? Let's do something here. Uh, uh, let's see. That's fine. Let's do that. That's cool. My dad used to know how to fly fish, but I never had the knack. I ended up selling his antique fishing rod to an antique store, and I did because I didn't know what to do with it. I mean, holy cow, that's long. Definitely going to need a lot of room. Oh, I did do something over the winter, Rob, that you might like. We actually went ice fishing. It was just for a couple hours. I took a class. People were offering a free class on how to ice fish, and basically we used pop bottles, some string and some bait and some grubs. Didn't catch anything, but it's something. It'll go now. Give me a reason with where we're moving to try out our ice fishing tent, our auger, and other things. So I actually have a clamshell ice fishing tent that I have never used. Still brand new in the bag. I got it for free. Okay, change things up a little bit. Yeah, get rid of the banners. I'm sure it can be. Ian, do you want to get the fishing stuff out of my tackle box over here, please? Mom's hotspot go off again.
Give me the.
I'm sorry, bud. Remember, we're running low on data. Okay. Our new place, the everything should be a lot better. I don't know. Ask Mom. She's in the bathroom. Oh wow, that's a pretty good catch. I've never caught muskies. I've caught walleye once or twice. Um, almost caught a gar once, but nothing major. I got them all right there, bud. That's all yours. What do you say?
Thank you.
You're what?
Thank you. Thank you.
Love you. Hey, bud.
But now they're going in here.
Ian. One's Mom's. You pick which one is not yours.
I don't know which one's not mine.
Well, pick one.
Because they're all the same.
Pick one that two of you like, and give me the other one. I'll put it in my box.
I canned one, but I don't know where that went.
You lost that one at fair.
It got stolen.
Well, I've lost several at fair.
Yeah, but that was one of my best ones.
I know.
Plus, it was like yours too.
I know. I helped you pick it out. Yes. But pick one and.
We actually checked my pouch. It was on black.
Okay. Be well, Rob. Talk to you again soon. Okay. Pick one that we can give to Mom, and I will put it in my bag. Who?
You know that one guy that had a tan shooting glove at the range?
Which one? There's
it wasn't like it was a random guy that was wearing a tan shooting glove.
Oh, it's probably yours.
Yeah.
I've lost mine there too, but I've replaced many of them. But pick one that's not you don't want and give it to me, and I'll put it in this box over here for Mom. Okay. Two. Ian, you get two. Okay, I'll keep an extra one.
I only need
this
one.
is what we're discussing, guys. The shooting gloves.
I only need one. Then.
Well, as long as you're happy with it.
Fine, but...
It's worn in. It's broke in.
No, I've used one.
That's the whole point. It's broke in. These right here are too small for me. See, look how tiny that is. But Ian's got smaller hands than me. I think this one here might be Jenny's. It's a little bigger. It's still pretty small. Holy cow, Blake. Gator gar? Holy cow. That is freaking huge. As long as they don't have feet, that's all that matters. Blake, let's see, fishing. Jenny has shot. She's better with a crossbow, but about 5 or 6 years ago, we were doing a fair in Des Moines. We had our pavilions, medieval style tent set up and everything. We went to go out to eat with some friends. We had her crossbow in the tent. We come back and it was gone. It was a lever action 63-pound crossbow, medieval crossbow. and she loved that thing, and she was really accurate with it.
She was devastated when she found out.
Well, I don't know, but she was
But
really
she was really upset.
she was upset. She wasn't
She didn't
devastated,
want to
but
hear anything.
no,
They never did find out who stole it.
no, we didn't. It's out
How
there.
hard
So
can some?
people, if they don't want to show it off, let them know. I mean, we'll figure that out later.
You know, hey Dad, you know what's something funny? A few days later.
Oh, I bet, Cliff.
No.
Well,
3 days
sorry,
later, a similar crossbow. It's actually like very similar.
The thing is, I know
No,
what
but
ours is like. I don't know.
No, I was
It
actually
probably did. The same place where my other gear went to.
Yeah, I actually was looking on it, see if it went on there. Now,
Yes, she did. She got me right here. No, they're talking about Cupid's arrow, bud.
you also got hit by a heart attack.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. Yep, Jenny is amazing. She's funny. She's quirky. She's beautiful, and she's listening to me from the bathroom, I'm assuming. Love, are you still awake? Well, let me check. I gotta check on her anyway. Nicole's in there. Say hi to her. Sorry about that, folks. I'm gonna be right back. I need to use the restroom myself, so my wife will be in here shortly to host.
I aim to misbehave. Hello. How's everybody? I know I got. Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you. How's everybody doing tonight? I'm getting ready to hit the sack, but he'll be up for hours. Hey, Blake. I'm doing all right. Ready to move out of this place. There's a pain in the ass that is our landlord.
What?
Oops. Excuse my French. All right. So he's back. All right.
Thank you for doing this.
No, I won't. Good night. Pleasant dreams, everybody. I hand you back over to Oh,
Okay. Thanks, love. And that was my lovely co-host, my wife, Jenny. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. I mean, compounds are cool. I mean, that's what you got. That's what you got. I mean, I traditionally use traditional bows. I got some takedown recurves, one takedown longbow, which actually belongs to my son, which was originally meant to be for me, but he claimed it when it came in as the wrong hand. Well, that's cool, Grace. If you want to see some bows, let me know. I got several I can show you. More than a few, actually. And this is only part of the collection that I have. The rest are out in the garage. I've got takedowns. I got longbows, recurves, 100-pound longbow, a 65-pound recurve, a 74-pound longbow, a 55-pound longbow, and what else have I got up there? A couple 55-pound takedown recurves, that kind of thing. I've got a little bit of everything. And I've got not just, these kind of arrows. So since Sarah hasn't really seen them yet, these are my regular hunting arrows. As you can see, still four-fletched. But I think they're really pretty. Just a field point on here for now, but it's cool. I can understand that completely. I've had knee surgery when I was younger. I had a minor tear in one of my left knee. You think you're alive tonight, Cliff? Or are you going live tonight? If you want to come on up, you're more than welcome. That's Blake's channel. Sorry. Forgot. I gotta do this. I hit the wrong one. Now, if you want to talk about gardening, that man right there is the king of container gardening in my book. I'm sure he could probably. Well, I could throw his link up for you if you want to see Box It Outdoors, the channel, because here, I'll put that up here too. I'll post this link up here. And I have all these lovely moderators in the room that could help me with this. I mean, I would love to see everybody's link up in here from the beginning to the end. I mean, there's a couple people I don't have in here. I'm not sure if they're still in the room. If they are, I would love to see some information about them, because I've got, besides Grace, Cliff, Blake, and you, Sarah, I also had LT Cornfed. He's a friend, so he's cool. I understand, Sarah. Thank you. It does allow for some advantages. It's a little bit closer to work. Not where it's not the ideal situation because it is a lot more closer to a lot of other people. Um, but they do offer opportunities to do some more fishing, which my son will love. But having to deal with people, I'm sorry, I'm a little antisocial when it comes to where I want to live. I want to live out in the country. And this is the closest thing to a city I've lived to in about a year. Italian? You lost me, Sarah. Dad, what's up? Oh, okay. Oh, could you take your quivers to your room?
Those things are they're going with everything.
Okay. We're gonna try to load up. We're not loading up the bows tomorrow, but we will load the bows up later this week. Don't do that to Mac. It's not nice.
Once, that's it.
He's not a turtle.
No, I also lost my escape.
Ah, okay.
Just a little dead.
Hey, Hawaii, how you doing? Oh, wait, sorry, North Shore is in the building. How you doing, Sean?
I'm better now. How are you?
I was on your channel for a little while earlier, just hanging out. So I
I
decided
saw
to
you
do
in there. I
some stuff.
said hello. I shouted you out.
Yep, thank you. I really
you're more
appreciate
than
it.
welcome. My pleasure. My in-house or our in-house traditional archery expert is always appreciated because there's folks that always want to know about that, right?
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
did you see my new arrows yet, Sean?
Are they the 4-flex ones?
Yeah, the newest ones.
Are they the Eastons?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was on your live stream the other night and I did catch that. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know they had a warning label on them?
What does it say?
Give me a second here.
Warning what? Because you can shoot those anyway.
Oh, I know, but I mean, I've never heard of an arrow with a warning label before. It says,
like, obviously, the knock itself will only allow you to shoot it up or down, but
well, let me see if I can get that to show up because I'm trying to figure out where oh, there it is.
hey, Blake.
Give me a second. There it is.
Yeah, I can't quite read it from here.
It says B4, see warnings for use. And it gives you a website and a 1-800 number.
Warnings for use. Really? So
yeah.
While you're in the woods, if you've never shot one before and you're about to take down a deer, you got to pull out your phone, call a 1-800 number and say, how should I shoot this deer?
Am I using the right tip?
Do you know what? It doesn't. Hang on a second. All right. I got a quiver right here, okay?
That's for your bolts, for your crossbow.
Yeah. And some of them don't have tips on them. Like
right.
Most of them are razor tips, but some of them don't have tips on them. However, guess what?
They swap.
If I shoot this at you with my crossbow, it doesn't need to have a tip on it. It's going to go through you anyways.
Well, it will hurt really, really bad.
It depends what you're wearing.
That's true. I mean, the current tip I have on these.
Like even this one with this tip.
Yeah. That's the tip I've got.
Okay, so yours is actually more tapered
pointy.
than mine. Mine is more of a blunt field tip.
But the thing is, depending on the thickness of your arrow, I think yours is a aluminum shaft.
Now these are carbon. This one's
Those carbon. Well, the thing is, this is what we can do with that. We can take this and put it on yours. Okay, see, mine will fit on yours.
Carbon.
Yep, mine's carbon too. Mine says right.
I do have an aluminum one here, though.
Yeah, I noticed one was different. One of these things they like the others.
Well, it's camo.
The middle one, huh?
Two are the same. Yeah, the middle one is camo in color. I'm just feeling them for temperature difference. Because aluminum. Can you see if the tips will swap from the aluminum to the carbon? This has the. I didn't hear you.
Broadhead.
Yeah, this has the remnants of a used broadhead, and as
Right.
you can see, there's some deer fur on there. So yeah, I need to replace some broadheads, get some other practice tips. Not that I like to shoot my crossbow for practice, but I'll tell you what, when I do, my daughter is a freaking magician at it. She's great. That's just another a carbon one, just with a
Field point.
field tip on it.
Okay, can you for your aluminum arrow? Can you swap the tip to your carbon?
Oh, hang on a second. Let me check that out. I'll do that experiment for you right now. If this just unscrews by hand, I'm not sure if I put Loctite on it or not.
I generally try not to, especially since you need to swap them out if they get damaged.
No, it's coming right off. Yeah, and this one is damaged. One of the blades is off of it. But I think the tip unscrews, and I think they're interchangeable.
Yeah.
So let me just.
It's good practice to know to do those things.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't know that about the difference between carbon tips carbon shafts or the aluminum shafts. But
also, you can take out the knocks.
To be honest with you, Colin, do you see the edging?
That's the insert. It's called an insert.
Okay, that's an insert. It looks exactly the same on the aluminum one that I'm holding. If you can see that, I'm not sure if you can or not. But
here, I'll show you. I've got one too. So if you look at, yeah,
like because the inserts look the same.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can this is screwing on just fine. They're interchangeable.
Yeah. Yeah, see, my insert's right there. See.
Yep. How you doing, Cliff? I see you there, talking crap about me.
You're pointing at me.
No, I'm pointing at Cliff.
Okay, he's on the other side. Okay.
Take me to the other side.
By the way, we realized something today, and it's a compliment to you that you look like one of my favorite celebrities right now.
Well, I'm not even a celebrity. I'm just some.
But I said you look like one.
Which one?
Adam Savage.
I don't even know who that is.
Mythbusters, if you ever heard of that.
Oh,
him.
Is he the guy who wore the beret?
No, that is the other one. That's Jamie Heineman.
Well,
you look like his partner.
To tell you the truth, I could bust a whole lot of myths. To be honest, I'm just going to reinstall this on here. This broken broadhead to just keep it intact and in place, and not laying about because it's sharp. It's razor sharp, right? So.
Sarah Boss is in the building, and she's saying hi to you.
Up, Sarah. You're good, Cliff? All right, good to hear.
Just to let you know, I just put our deposit down on our new place to rent. It's our temporary place while we get our paperwork for our permanent place together. But we should be out of this place by the end of the week. Wow,
happening fast.
Well, it's actually we've been dragging our feet, but we didn't have the money until recently.
Well, your landlords have been threatening you for a couple of months now.
Almost a year,
That's
actually.
Horrible.
It is.
That's horrible.
It's technically not him per se, the actual owner. It's his son.
It's also technically not legal.
Oh, that's definitely not legal, but we're done. So that's also one of the bigger pushes why we're using this next move as a transition to purchase our own property and put a house on it. That way, it's ours.
I think I caught you on one of your live streams from last week. You were saying the place you were looking at was smaller, and
it's a little smaller,
and you might not be able to do necessarily all the things you want to do there, but you're going to use it as a stepping stone.
Yep,
which is awesome. That's planning, right?
We're planning ahead for this because the land I'm looking at is about 10 acres. It doesn't have a lot of farmland, but then again, I'm not a farmer.
Is there a property that you are looking at?
There's one in the same county that I'm in right now, and it looks like when you do an overview of the property online, that it might have had a house on it at one time, but there's nothing you could see visually from the overhead satellite view. So unless
Okay.
I get on the property and walk it and see if there's a foundation on the property or not, I don't know.
All right. So if you were considering that property, what your intention would be to build.
Yeah. It wouldn't be like, a regular construction type setup, but more of a
No, of course not.
prefab house, like a
Yep.
modular home
Sure.
kind of setup.
Yep.
I happen to have an uncle
Foundation.
that
That's livable.
runs a business selling those, so that helps.
Right. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look for the worst busted up used one you can find at the cheapest price, and you can always improve it. As long as the roof is solid and the windows are okay, windows and doors.
Well, I want to, we're going to look with one that suits our needs, not necessarily what our wants,
Yeah.
but our needs.
Yep. Yep.
And the loan will cover the installation of a basement, central air, and even a garage, and it'll include putting in a septic system and well.
Wow. That's not bad.
No, it's not. And
Hey,
hopefully, Grace needs coffee.
she probably had to step away to make coffee.
Probably, but I've got my favorite one.
I don't have one. I got to go get one. So with that,
I'd give you one. I have the extras in my fridge.
I'll be right there. I'll bring the rum.
I don't need rum. I got whiskey. Does that count?
Well, it's not rum, but I drink it.
I've got a lot of wine though. And thing is, I don't even drink.
I know that, which is actually awesome because you work for a alcohol supply company.
Right. A distribution company, but yeah. And we just picked up 15,000 new products. Yay. And did we increase the workforce? No.
So they're going to be kicking your ass.
They already are. And that's why I actually had to put in time off from work to make sure I had time off to move.
Well, you've been working a lot of long days too.
Yeah. 11-hour days last couple of weeks.
That's long.
It is long. And it wasn't even in the warehouse. I was helping a driver with his deliveries since he had hurt his back.
Hopefully you're getting paid for that.
I got overtime, and I make some serious overtime.
Well,
I get paid by the hour.
just don't work too much overtime. That when they start to take taxes off it, it becomes redundant.
Oh, I didn't work like 80 hours a week or anything like that, but
At a certain point, at least here in Canada anyways, the way the tax system works is if you work over 44 hours, the taxes they start to take off after that, once you start getting double time, you end up working for like $11 an hour.
not without saying exactly what I get. I mean, I get over a decent amount over 15. And I'm not giving you the exact amount because it's not going to say higher or lower.
That's none of my business, and that's not what I'm asking.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is once you work a certain amount of overtime, it's
Mhm.
prudent to stop after that, because if you are working, you're working for minimum wage, basically.
Our drivers work 4 days a week. We work they work Tuesdays through Fridays because they have to deliver to restaurants and grocery stores and things like that.
Yeah.
So on Mondays they don't work at all, and that gives us time we still get deliveries in, but we don't have any deliveries going out still Tuesday. Hey Stuart, how you doing?
Hawaii, yeah, I'm working all weekend.
Stuart is following you and me. And I'm just let you know I'm actually eating beef jerky.
There you are, Stuart. Oh yeah, Hawaii, I'm working all weekend, and since all this business started over a year ago, I haven't missed a day of work unless there was like a shortage of work. But yeah, because I have, well, I'm essential worker. You know,
Me too.
houses are essential. Booze is essential,
Hmm.
right?
And jerky is essential.
Hey, Sarah. Yeah, jerky. Well, it's food,
Yeah.
right?
One of the things that we're going to try to do is we want to do container gardening because the backyard where we're going to be moving to is small.
Hey, Cliff.
And
I think these are Cheez-Its, and I oven canned these. Man, when you oven can crackers, you can take a stale cracker, oven can it, and then seal it up. Once it comes out of the oven, just boom, put a lid on it like that, seal it up, then it'll go pop.
well, that's cool. I saw you eating those on your channel.
Hey,
Yeah. He
what's
says,
that?
oh, sorry. Yeah, that happened here in the States.
I've had some downtime, a little bit.
We didn't.
But for me, the downtime was a break because, well, I just finished one job and oh, the next one isn't ready yet. You know, that's the break I get. And so it's an unexpected break. It's like, well, crap. I was hoping on that paycheck next week, but no, we got nothing for you. It's like, well, crap. You know, you work 3 weeks of a month, and you get 1 week off, and your month just went to crap. When you lose 25% of your month, right? It's the same for everyone. Doesn't matter what you do. But
I have to fight to get time off.
having said that, I don't have anything left in here, so
You need a refill.
I'm gonna go replace that and join you back. Okay, I'm just gonna jump down for a second.
Okay, perfectly fine.
I think I know how to do that. There we are. Be right back, folks.
Okay. Crunchy peanut butter and crackers. Didn't you was it? We're not going to do the weird food challenge when we get together once I get that moved. Hey, Grace, thank you for putting up your channel. I'll post it there a little bit in there too, Grace, just to make sure everybody knows who you are. There we go. Actually, I'm probably going to end up using the same targets I use. I use a Delta McKenzie target. Give me a second here. The Delta McKenzie targets are actually made in Dike, Iowa, and I have a friend of mine who works the factory there for Delta McKenzie. So I'll show you the targets that I would. Let's see if they have the ones I usually. Let's see. I'm not sure if I can find it, but I prefer the regular archery targets. I'm not sure if they have them here. Dang it. Sorry for it's the bullseye target type setups. Hey, Evan. Thanks for coming.
Taint it great.
Welcome back, Sean. Evan just popped in.
Hey, Evan, how you doing?
He's a
to
good
see you.
kid. And they're just there talking about,
I've seen Evan on a lot of live streams, actually,
Yeah.
to be honest with you.
he's pretty good.
Yep. Yep, just
Um,
keep doing your stuff, Evan. Absolutely. You're good.
let's see, I'm trying to find the pieces, parts of the targets that I use because Blake was asking, and I'm not sure if I have any pictures of the. I used to use Saunders archery mats for years, but Saunders went out of business.
For targets or for backdrops?
The backdrops, that's different.
It's just a mesh net.
I use heavy duty tarps in a layered setup. I made videos about it.
We use the mesh net, but there's lots of things that work. Absolutely.
Oh, let's see here. I'm gonna show you this. The style that I use.
I've seen yours before.
Yeah, I use them. The kind I shoot are like that.
Not your targets. Well, obviously I've seen your targets before, but I've seen your catch net as well. Hey everyone, it's my show. If you guys don't know Kincaid Outdoors, go check him out. He is our in-house traditional archery expert, ladies and gentlemen.
I hit the wrong back button.
Whatever, man. It's all good. Things happen and buttons happen. So, never mind. It's all good.
Now, as I was showing that target earlier, that's what I use to practice with in my backyard. And
What sort of butt do you put it on?
that's what I was trying to show you. The
Well,
the one I have is got an interchangeable core when it wears out, but they're like foam. They use now closed foam type stuff. It's not light, but I'm trying to find it. I'm actually on their website, and as I was saying earlier, I have a friend of mine who these targets are from Iowa.
We used
and I have a friend of mine.
Cardboard back in the day.
Cardboard, I've used, but I blow through those really
Compound bow
easy.
goes right through them, and yeah, your stronger bow as well for sure.
Well, let's see here. Right now, they're going heavy on the 3D animal targets and stuff like that.
Oh well, they have companies that want to sell things.
Yeah.
If you can hit a target, you can hit a target. It doesn't need to be a 3D stood up expensive thing. Hang a leaf by a string from a tree branch. If you can pass an arrow through it, you're good. Doesn't even need to be a leaf. It needs to be a 10-inch, 9-inch circle. If you can hit a 9-inch circle, you're golden. You're killing.
Oh, I have to apologize to you, Sean. Because you resemble Adam Savage a lot, especially with the beard now.
Is that dude from the Mythbusters thing?
Yeah.
Hey, okay. All right, hang on a second. Personally, okay, I don't watch TV anymore. I haven't in an awful lot of years. I don't watch mainstream media. But back in the day when I did, Mythbusters was one of the things I did watch, okay? Now, they did this one where they had they did this scenario where they had those big cement trucks, cement mixer.
Right.
They had a big cement truck, and the scenario was that it had stopped working or whatever, and all the cement hardened inside of
right.
the big.
They were trying to
smoke.
loosen up the cement inside the cement truck, and it blew up.
Oh yeah, I think they might have filmed it from 2 miles away, something crazy, maybe a mile. I don't know, but they exploded that truck like crazy, and that's how they showed you how to clean a cement truck.
Hmm.
And that was one of my favorite. Like there was lots and lots of good episodes, but I particularly enjoyed that one.
No, we just happened to be watching you with your hat on earlier, and the comment, made the comment that you looked like him. And the thing is, that's cool. He's one of my favorite people. Smart, and all this other stuff. I mean, his duct tape special is just through the roof on survival.
Well, as far as it goes for me, we can take the smart out of the equation.
Nah, you're smart.
Well, I have my moments, I guess.
You're very articulate when you need to be.
That's highly important. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do in life, okay? And you get two types of people in life. You get talkers, and then you get non-talkers, okay? So the talkers need to be really, really careful about what they talk about. Make sure you know what the F you're talking about, because they talk a lot, right? So they have a higher instance of making mistakes, okay? Myself, personally, I don't normally say shit unless my mouth is full of it. However, when I'm in front of some sort of media or doing whatever, and expected to talk or offering myself up to talk, I make sure I know what the hell I'm saying, and if I don't know, I just say I don't know, because you make sure you know what you know, because somebody's going to call you on it if you make a mistake. People love pointing out your faults.
Hey, Mike, thanks for coming.
So that one of the biggest.
Yeah, I know.
One
So
of the
one of the
biggest
things I like to say,
information I can give is absolutely know what you're talking about before you talk about it, which is one of the reasons why I love your channel.
I like the fact that I would, if I don't know something, I tell them I don't know, but I will look it up or find out for you, where I can give you the best answer I can.
Or the best link to find out on your own. 100%. Yeah.
Exactly.
Say, I don't know,
I look it up.
but you can go look over here and find it out. Yeah.
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 And I would love helping people get started in archery. And whether I don't know much about something, I will give you my best information I do have, which I think is, the whole point is promoting archery, whether it's traditional, modern compounds, whatever.
Hey,
As long
Colin,
as you have fun with it.
what about this? Okay, I'm kind of in the market for, and like it's not high on my priority list, but it's on the list. Okay, like I
Yeah.
would love, because I have personal protection looked after. I don't necessarily need that, but I would like to add it to my personal protection / hunting gear, and it's just a regular breakdown traditional recurve bow. Okay, now I've seen you show a few of them that are very, very
Affordable.
affordable and yeah, wallet friendly, I like to say.
Budget friendly
Is there,
bows, yes.
so they break down, and you can put them into your pack, store them easily as you travel, say throughout the woods or whatever. Is there a similar type of bow that is all carbon, so that it's very, very light?
See, I've seen people make bows out of PVC that
Really?
are the thing is, they're not just your little teeny kid type things. We're talking ones that can actually hunt worthy. They look reasonably okay, but they will wear out in time, just like anything else. But they can, you get some sort of like 50, 60-pound draw bows, but you can't take them down as much. But they do make them. Let me see on that thing. A carbon fiber bow. Is it? I'm actually, you got me curious now. Longbow or recurve? Or does it matter?
Well, do you know what? You can get carbon arms for your recurve. So I'm mostly talking about the handle,
Riser.
riser. Thank you. But yeah, no, the whole package.
I'm looking. Oh, maybe.
All right, here's something I want to refer to about materials. When I don't want to cut you off. You got something to say, Colin? Please go ahead.
Oh no, I'm actually. I may have found something. That's what I'm saying. That's interesting.
All right. Well, if it's really interesting and it's budget friendly, share it out, man.
I haven't checked the price yet.
All right. Well,
I'm just trying to figure it out.
while you're doing that, I'll just share a little story with folks in the chat, and it's related to it's sort of relative to bows because it's about a bow.
Mm.
Okay. All right. So when we're talking about materials in bows, you can definitely make bows out of all kinds of material, including fiberglass. All right. You know, uh, our good host here will attest to that, and I'm sure many of you, over there in the chat, may find that true as well. Okay, so I'll just give you one example that I came across throughout my lifetime. All right, my brother and I and my mother, who was a single mother at the time, were living in town as a single family, single mother raising us two kids. And she met and married our stepdad, who lived on a 360-acre operating beef and cattle farm. Okay, and he had three sisters. He grew up there, raised obviously by his father, my grandfather. So there were lots and lots of things around that were like from the 60s or the 50s and stuff, right? And one of the things we found around was an old fiberglass. I won't call it a recurve. If it's not a recurve, does it have to be called a longbow?
Yeah, I can show you the difference. I actually have a longbow over here.
You can just describe it to me. It's just a big curve. But pretty much as a piece of fiberglass, when it was unstrung, it just kind of stood up.
That's what I was trying to show you. I've got one right over here, Sean.
All right. Yeah, okay, then please. That'd be interesting because one of the qualities I wanted to talk about fiberglass in bows.
This is an older model, probably from the 50s, Sean.
Yeah, put it up by the camera there. Let me have a look at it.
Okay, let me do a full screen setup here.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, this is my Paul Bunyan 55-pound. You can see 55-pound by my hand right here.
Was that all fiberglass?
Solid fiberglass.
That is an outstanding condition.
This one here, I picked up off of eBay for $15. It's left or right-handed.
Outstanding condition.
Before I got myself my other bows, I hunted with this one for years, and it's still usable for it.
If you stand it on the ground, how tall is it?
Let me see here. I'm 5'8". It covered probably about 5'6" or so.
Okay, fair enough. All right, so the one I found in a shed was maybe about 4.5 feet. Okay.
I've got some smaller, longbows and smaller recurves and stuff like that. I like vintage fiberglass bows. I did a lot of shopping at secondhand stores.
How do you refer to a bow like that? Do you call it you won't call it a recurve? Or
that's a longbow. The one I just had was a longbow.
You'll call it a longbow. Okay.
Now, right, the recurves, they always have the curved tips.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Hey, CJ, thanks for coming.
I just didn't really know, when it came to the fiberglass ones that when you take the string off, when they stand up straight, I didn't know how to refer to it. So thank you for that.
That's fine.
But one of the ones I came across, it was just something that was found in one of the sheds. We had multiple outbuildings, parking garages, wood sheds, combine sheds, tractor sheds.
Was it yellow?
it would have been yellow in color at one time. Okay, but what I noticed about the fiberglass itself is it must have been in the weather a good long while because the fiberglass itself had started to sort of break down.
It's called crazing.
Yeah, that happens with China and other things as
Yeah.
well. Yep. No, I know antiques and stuff like that. Okay, so crazing is common also to fiberglass bows.
Yeah. I mean,
Interesting.
you can see, okay, this one's not there yet, but it's, the surface looks a little rough, but it's not. No shards or splinters or anything like that.
All right, hang on a second. Let's jump into the future. What's the treatment for that? Can you shellac it with like an epoxy or something to uh, make all that more sound than what it is now? Or
I don't know if you can. I mean, this thing is already over 60 or 70 years old. I mean, this
hard
thing's
copy
older
on
than
that.
this one's really, really, really old.
But
And
the condition is absolutely fantastic as far as I can see.
yeah, I mean, there's a chip here, but that happened to me with when I was doing something and that chipped it. But the handle's still sound enough for me to shoot.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it would affect the shootability right or left.
Nope. And it's fairly heavy. I mean, if you wanted to use this one like a quarterstaff, Sean, you could.
Gotcha. No, the one I found was much lighter. It was like a 4 foot one probably, and
I've got those out in my garage right now. They handle the weather a lot better than wood bows.
well, it was breaking down anyways, simply because of age and having been exposed to elements. Probably hung up in a woodshed for decades.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, that is something that does happen to fiberglass bows for sure. They
And
will break down over time.
but we're talking it takes decades for something like that to happen, not just a year or two. I mean, you could literally probably bury that bow I just showed
It
you.
takes a half a century, but yeah, decades, as Colin is saying.
You can bury it and then come back a year later, pull it out of the ground, wipe it down, put a string on it, and shoot it. And it would have no issues
Well, why do you think we grabbed it and started launching arrows out of it?
because it was fun.
Because it was there and it had a string on it. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
wee, boing, boing, boing.
That's cool.
Yeah, heck yeah.
I actually started off with bows like that. My dad hated the fact is that I put a lot of holes in his shed growing up, learning how to shoot. And my first target, you want to see what my first target looked like, Sean?
Yeah. Okay, pop bottle. Shoot it.
No, that on
Oh,
the pop bottle at 20 yards. That's what I aimed at. Just that little piece right there.
hone your skills. Yeah, okay, I got you. I know where you're going here.
As the saying goes, aim small, hit small.
Yep. And you know what? That's what makes you a top-notch archer.
I consider myself decent because I know some archers who blow me away.
Haven't you won
But
competitions?
I have, but not. I mean, not at the Olympic level, which I would always wanted to try. But I have won state level, so that's not too bad.
Have
Thing is,
you
I had to
won?
be in my 50s to do it, which is really sucky because they didn't offer archery that much in high school.
Have you won? Look, I killed it, and we're going to eat it for dinner competition.
I brought home food,
There you go. Boom.
rabbits mostly, but still, yeah.
What do you use for a tip on rabbits?
It may sound stupid, but that works.
Something even more blunt. Field tip.
Wait for it. I'm not done yet. I got more.
Target tip. Do you know what? What about this? You could use a bird shot, a flu.
Okay. I'm pulling out all the stops on this one here.
Okay, hang on a second. Don't pull them all out. Just
Well, I just got to I got to dig out through which ones have my tips on.
just
I
pull
want to
two.
show you.
Pull out like the bluntest field tip that you have, like the one that I have that has no tip on it. You can hunt rabbits with that. But what about birds? Do you have one that has like a big spring on it? On the front of it?
I do. But that's what I'm trying to pull out. I have to.
Oh,
I have
okay.
them all. I got to separate them.
Do you guys call it a flu?
I don't have any flus. I
Can you
just use
describe
the
to me
ones that I have.
Can you describe to me what your perception is of a flu?
Flus have oversized feathers, probably about 4 to 6 inches long, enough to slow your arrow down to where it won't fly as far. But like I said, I've got
It'll slow the arrow down so it doesn't absolutely destroy all the meat in a bird.
that too.
Okay, I think that's probably I think both our minds are going there.
Okay, let me see here. Sure, got all. Yeah. Okay. The first one I'm going to show you. This one doesn't count. Okay, get this off here. Good. There we go. Is the hex blunt.
Okay.
Steel blunt.
Is that for a rabbit or?
I can use it for rabbit or squirrel. Anything up to maybe, let's see, what was it? Coyote, maybe. I haven't done it a coyote, but I'm sure with the draw weight that I pull.
If you hit a coyote with that, he's done.
Yeah. Here's one that's actually pretty simple that you can actually put on your crossbow. This is just called a Boulder Blunt rubber tip. It fits over the top of your tips. Generally, if I can get this thing off.
What's its intended use?
Just same as the hex blunt for hunting.
Okay. All right. So
It's just like a different style.
Yeah. All right. So that's an impact kill, not a.
Yeah. These are all impact kills. Now, like the ones that you were describing, this is called a judo point.
Yep.
This is the third kind.
Do you call that a flu?
No. The flus are describe the feathers, not the tip.
All right. What is that tip? How would you describe that tip, please, sir?
The tip is called a judo point.
Judo point. Now,
Yep.
what application would you use that for? Would you use that for birds?
You can use it for birds, and I have used it for birds. I mean, would I use it to take down a turkey? Probably not, because they have a lot of feathers. But this one here is, got the grass catcher, these part here.
Yeah.
And there's the blunt for knocking it out. That way you don't lose, it doesn't bury itself if you miss.
Gotcha.
Flus generally have oversized, full-size feathers.
Hey, Drops.
So a lot of that is fairly simple. Hey, Drops, how you doing?
I've seen some video. I mean, you can go on YouTube and you can punch up some video of folks turkey hunting with bow, and they're using compound bows inside of like shelters. They're covered shelters, and they'll call in a tom or whatever, and they're not using those bird type heads.
No,
they're using broadheads, and they'll take a shot at it and take the head of the turkey off.
Yeah, that's what I use.
Okay.
This is a bear broadhead.
Well, I hope you hit them good.
Yep. See, there's the fletching for that one. It's a little oversized, but it does what I need it to do. But I have more than just this kind of broadhead. I have lots of different style of broadheads, including.
Oh my goodness, the number of broadheads you've shown me. Oh, that one's lovely. Yeah.
This one's actually a manufactured medieval style broadhead. It was supposed to be mainly for decoration, but I kind of altered it.
But heck, you mounted it anyways. You need to sharpen it up, though. I see you haven't sharpened it.
Oh yeah, I've got it's sharp.
Get your stone out, bro.
I know with this one here, actually, I use file.
Stewart, really? Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, he's
If
like,
we can bounce
just,
information or questions off the other and feedback, and it helps anybody in the chat, that is freaking awesome. That is what
yeah,
the whole. I think that's what the entire YouTube is about.
yep.
Sharing information.
I've been meaning to use this. I just got this recently, so
Let me see your stone.
my stone is not with me right now, but I'll show you my broadhead sharpener that I actually do
What we
own.
ran it over? Whoa! What was that?
What, this?
Oh, it's a file.
File.
Okay, all right. No, fair enough. Fair enough. Just wanted
No,
to know.
here's the thing. This is an actual professional broadhead sharpener,
You got to start with the file.
and it's got a built-in file with it too. And it fits in here like this. When you sharpen it, it'll sharpen your blades and that kind of thing. So
Fair play.
this was when I have a table to use. Since I'm not using a table, I generally just sit here, watch YouTube videos, and sharpen my blades while I'm doing all this stuff.
Yeah, no, a file works just fine. That's good enough to get an edge on any dull blade before you fine tune it. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
obviously
Also, what most people don't realize, it does not need to be
different.
razor sharp.
No,
Knife sharp is perfectly fine. Long
penetrating
as
sharp.
long as the tip is sharp enough to penetrate, the rest will follow. I've got some really gnarly looking broadheads here. Let me see. Give me a second here. No, not that one. Oh, here's one. It's a really pretty one that a friend of mine made for me. He custom made this one for me, Sean. So
Hawaii Volcano Squad's asking what tip to use for target practice. I'll just show them this one. It's just like they call
field
it
point.
field point.
It's field point. That one is actually a target point because the way
this may be a target point, and you can get one that's more blunt.
And this is a field point. But I do have some field points that are junk. A while back. Oh, give me a second here. I think I got one in my bag,
So
in my box.
And stuff like that, and they got flattened heads and whatnot.
Well, okay.
They're all busted and stuff.
This one came from a Chinese place off of Amazon. The style I normally use are these. I'm trying to see where you can see through my hand. See, like the taper and everything.
No, what's the purpose you would use that for?
This is I use these. I can use them for hunting, small game generally, or I could use them for target practice. Now, here's the one I got from a Chinese company off of Amazon. It's shiny, right?
Sure is.
Now, here's the problem with that. The taper, you can see how sharp that is right there.
Yeah, taper is very hard.
But the thing is, it's more straight in the barrel, right through the tip here.
Yeah.
It's not sloped at all like this one is.
Yep.
More gradual up to the tip. So what happens when you shoot this one, it comes to the edge of the barrel where it attaches to the shaft and just stops. It doesn't penetrate any further than the tip. And it causes, damage to your arrow, damage to whatever you're shooting at. And it's cheap.
Hey, drops. You don't need a broadhead for humans. If I launch a bolt at them out of my crossbow, whether it's got a head on it or not, it's going through them, or it's going in anyways.
Well, I got I got these.
Hobbies in here.
Let's
Hey,
see.
Colin.
Yeah.
Take a minute to address your chat. I think we got Northern Girl Hobbies in the chat. There she is.
Yeah, I see her. Hi, Northern Girl. How you doing?
She's up. Well, she's in my province. However, she's also 6.5 hours or so north of me,
Right.
but fellow sister, and
Thanks for
she's got a
coming.
great YouTube channel. And
I'm subscribed to her, by the way.
oh, okay. All right. Well, for anyone who doesn't know, she has a great YouTube channel, and she's doing a fishing show, I believe, as well. Northern Girl
That's
Hobbies. You can go ahead and lambaste about that in the chat there, or somebody, a moderator, can drop her link maybe.
Oh, see, actually, I could probably do that, but I'd rather have my moderators do it because I'm kind of busy. But I was going to show you something. This is actually called a bodkin point. It's a manufactured tip, as you can see, but it's got more of a chisel tip head.
That's an armor penetrator.
Yes, it is.
If you ask me, like, I don't know that particular head, but if I look at it, say that's for penetrating armor.
Well,
Silhouette Park Farm. Holy crap!
Silhouette's in here.
Yeah.
Harvey Black was in here earlier.
Love Harvey.
We got LT in here, and we have a lot of different people popping in.
Great
I'm not
people
sure.
in the chat.
Yeah. You know, as I was saying, with me doing my move this week, I may not be able to get on live for Thursday. So I figured, why not?
How you doing, Nettie? I hope you're well.
Is Sarah still in here, or is she gone?
I don't know the answer to that.
I was busy, showing off my gear. I apologize.
Well, we got talking. Things happen. You know, you got a couple of guys talking bows, and
that's where my wife loses me when I start talking about my bows and archery and stuff.
Guys and gals, I am not the expert this gentleman is. Like, don't get me wrong, I do have a loose knowledge. Okay, I have a loose knowledge regarding longbows, a loose knowledge regarding recurve bows, a loose knowledge regarding compound bows, and a loose knowledge regarding compound crossbows. Okay, so because my knowledge is loose, I like to come to an expert like this, my buddy Colin, so I can get the real deal on the traditional aspect of it, right?
Yeah,
So
I know. I mean, I've been shooting
exactly why I direct
most of my life. I'm 53 now. I've been shooting since I was 8 years old.
Nice.
And let's see, I'm trying to find this one arrowhead I want to show you. It's actually pretty cool.
I guess I started shooting when I was about 10, when I got on the farm, and then, I moved from that old crackled, crazed 1950s longbow. I moved from that right into a 1980s compound.
I tried a compound for a while, Sean, and I had an issue with the riser being so heavy that it would hyperflex my right arm just trying to hold it up.
All right. Okay. So that has something to do with density of material.
Right. And it was a cast iron riser.
All right. Have you picked up a compound bow in the last couple of years?
You know how expensive left-handed equipment is compared to right-handed equipment?
Whoa! I didn't ask you about the price.
No. This is the reason why I haven't.
You can go pick something up and try it somewhere, is what I'm saying.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I shot for like a half an hour. I have no problem with what I was shooting. It's just that I found that traditional gear is a lot lighter in general. If you're going to be doing something long term or for a long period of time, you want something you can walk around with and carry and not worry about the weight. Additionally, in my opinion, mind you, folks, everybody has their opinion. You're more welcome to them. I have no problem. Is the fact is that the versatility of traditional bows is a lot better because you can custom do pretty much everything you could do with a compound. You could probably do with a longbow, except for arrow speed. That's the only thing they lose out on, in my opinion.
Do you know what? I've got a big crush on collapsible recurves. So you
Oh,
can break them
me
down,
too.
throw them into your pack. You don't need
Yeah.
them expensive. They don't
Oh,
need to be, they're not heavy. But I've got, if there was something if there's a traditional bow I really would like to have in my collection, would be a one-piece recurve, a decent one-piece recurve. Not high value, but not your $100 jobby either. You know what I'm
oh,
saying?
actually, do you want to see $100 one-piece longbow recurve?
I would love to.
I picked this one up from a friend of mine when I first started shooting traditional.
Maybe I gotta shop secondhand a little bit more. I haven't been shopping at all. Secondhand, everything's freaking closed. It's all closed. Ooh.
This is a Damon Howitt Hunter recurve.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Give me a second here. There's a reason why this one's all dusty and everything. Oh, sorry, it's upside down. Please forgive me.
No, there's no forgiveness there. You put it upside down. Damn you.
I'm backwards. I'm left-handed. Just deal with
That's okay.
it. But that's, I mean,
Just busting your chops, Colin.
that's fine. I'm okay with that. I love the grip. It's a pistol grip style.
Look
But
at
you
the
see how
meat on that. Riser.
Yeah, it is pretty hefty.
All right.
I paid $100 for this.
Okay, hang on a second. Can you show it broadside the riser to us? Like not too close to the screen. I want to see if they're like down a little bit.
Or down.
Yeah, okay. Are those limbs laminated onto it in some way?
It's all one piece.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, as you can see, one piece. There's no bolts anywhere on this.
Oh, no. Lamination often means glue or epoxy. For
There's,
your
you
layers.
probably see the different layers as you go up.
Okay. Copy that.
It does have a little flipper butt rest compared to shooting off the shelf like I normally do.
Roger that.
But I went from this style arrow rest to just shooting off the shelf because just less I had to think about.
See you, Evan.
And this one here, I can't shoot anymore because it developed a twist in the limb.
4-inch bolt. Drop's got a pistol.
Yeah, I've seen those. I tried those things, but I couldn't hit the broadside of the barn from the inside because you can't get really accurate with those.
Go check out Pinball. He got a video from just a couple of weeks ago with one. He's hitting stuff. So
Be well, Evan.
Practice.
Well,
Yeah,
you see some decent bows. There's a bow I want to show you. Actually, I thought you were talking about the carbon fiber style bow. I think this one's carbon fiber. I have to.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it looks like it. I'll show you. I found this one because this was just on a comment that you asked about, and I found it, I think.
That's because you're a diligent and awesome host.
Actually, I found this a while back. We were talking about so many other different things. I didn't get a chance to show you.
Looks like a breakdown.
It is.
Okay.
But that's a carbon fiber riser and limbs.
So what's does that site give you a total weight on that?
Give me a second. Let me backtrack a little bit and I'll let you know.
Probably should.
There's.
If it's carbon fiber.
Okay.
They're probably selling it on part of the weight point. You know what I mean?
Okay, it's aluminum alloy, or the riser is aluminum alloy covered with rubber.
Okay.
And it's laminated wood and fiberglass limbs. So that's still really light.
Yeah.
So, and additional information. There we go.
Hey, Colin.
Link. Yeah.
Look who's in your chat here.
Hey, Mark. How you doing, sir?
How you doing, Mark? You're all over the place these days, Mark. Good to see you.
Yeah, Mark actually used to deal with bows himself.
Why don't you join us if you're not busy?
I'm doing good. Let me put the link up there. That way he can get up here if he chooses to.
Oh, he's
Ah,
getting ready for bed.
well, thank you for coming, Mark. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's
This will
always
probably be
good.
the last live at my current location.
Hey, Vitra, welcome.
Hey, Vidra. Nice to meet you. Um, the other that Bose, showed you all the information. It's actually max
It's $100.
draw length of 30 inches, 56-inch longs. It's got 7 reviews. Let's see what's the good news on that one. Someone says it's accurate. It seems nice, I guess.
Isn't draw length going to depend on the person?
Yes.
Like, Mark's a big dude, right?
Oh, he's probably got an extreme long draw.
Mark's a big dude, so he's going to have a much bigger draw. And
The longest draw I've ever seen was probably about 33.
he'd need a longer arrow. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. One of the gentlemen
Like
who
me or you, I'm 5'8", right?
I'm 5'8" too.
Okay, exactly. So
The person who actually made this arrow right here was 6'7".
wow,
Yeah, and he had a 33-inch draw.
wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Mark's is because I mean he's about the same height, maybe a little taller, and he's probably got a good size draw itself. But there's another bow I did find that I was. It's actually what my dream survival bow.
Okay, so Mark's saying he's got a 30-inch draw with a release. Is that in a traditional bow, Mark, or is that in a compound? Like a traditional recurve, I guess.
Well, he say if he's doing it with a release,
I guess
that means it means his draw is probably a little bit further back, and because a
yeah.
release will give you about 2 or 3 inches closer
Yeah.
to the bow. So he's probably got a 33-inch draw without the release.
Copy that, but it's still good to know whether that's on a traditional style bow or compound. Okay, all right, fair play. Thank you, Mark, for chiming in on that.
Here, let's see if I get a good picture of this one.
I've never used a release before. I've always gone at a compound bow just with my hands. But I guess a release is a more accurate release.
Now, this is the one that I'm looking at right now, Sean.
So when that's unstrung, that's a longbow, right?
Yes, this is a takedown style longbow. You could still take it down, put it in your pack, and
Okay.
the riser is like cast aluminum, and the risers are fiberglass. I mean, the limbs are fiberglass. And the thing is, you don't have to worry about heat. You don't have to worry about water, rain. Only thing the issue would probably be the string.
Did you say the riser is also fiberglass?
No, it's cast aluminum, I believe, but let me double check to make sure.
Okay. But
I want
that's
to give you the right information on that one.
$449.
As you can see, one of the guys who are here on YouTube, Ultimate Survival, he actually did a review on this bow, and so does New Sensei did a review on it as well. Let's see here. Okay, the riser is T6 aluminum, and the limbs are high-tech composite fiber.
All right, so that's a light packer, and it's $500.
Yeah, that's the only issue I have. This would be the most expensive bow I've ever bought.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm talking about what's good, reasonable in price.
Okay, if you want to go a little cheaper but don't have the option,
in the $100 range, you know what I mean?
okay, well, I've got one that might work for you, Mark, and sorry, Sean as well, because they do come in different draw weights.
Oh, we're gonna see all of his bows now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, is it on?
And that's awesome.
Where-
Hey, we're here to learn about bows, right?
That's not.
And for the fellowship and to hang out.
There it is. Here we go. Okay, Sean. I've got one. It's actually got. If this one's got some options that the Samick Sage doesn't have, but it has a lot of options it doesn't have.
What do you
That-
got there, Colin?
This one is the Mandarin Duck Black Hunter takedown recurve.
Wait,
It
wait,
runs
wait.
about $100.
Is that the one that got sent to you that was wrong-handed?
Yep, this is actually the long Reflex Deflex longbow version.
Yeah.
They also have a version that is a recurve style. The only thing different is the receptor for the riser is just a little bit different, but they should be pretty much interchangeable.
So what makes it a deflex instead of a reflex?
Okay, see where you see the limb kind of curves up?
Yes,
That's it. As you can see.
all right. Well, what's the difference between that and a reflex?
This is the reflex.
Well, you said sorry, deflex.
Actually, I got to pull down another bow to show you.
Told you we were going to see all of his bows here tonight, guys.
Oh yeah. In order to show you,
And you know what? I don't mind that. I got a bit of time. I got to work this weekend, but it's on my schedule, so they
Okay.
can wait until I'm ready. A thumb ring, Stuart W says. That's interesting. The
Okay.
fingers.
Here is my reflex deflex longbow.
Okay, so what's the difference between reflex and deflex?
It's because it bends this way, but when you string it, it comes back the other direction. So when you finally string it, it gives you a little bit more flick or arrow speed.
So that's a deflex you got there.
Reflex deflex. It's both.
And the
Because
other one is a
it
reflex.
bends this way for initially, but when you string it, it goes the other direction.
Okay, so the other one is a reflex, and as you string it, it maintains that hook.
Okay, technically, these two are the same, even though this one's not a takedown, and this one is. I really meant to have this one as my packable bow, but unfortunately, the riser being wrong-handed didn't help. But as you can see, the riser is not that big compared to some bows.
It looks pretty compact.
It is, and it's. I mean, I'm sorry, I had to put it in the left hand because it is a right-handed bow, and you see there. That's what you hold it in your left hand when you shoot. So I've got some fairly good sized hands, so that should make a difference too.
Cool. It's interesting to know the difference. Because there's all these little nuances for anyone who wants to go out and buy a sort of entry level bow.
Yeah, this one here is a Black Widow longbow.
All the different styles.
This is over a $300 to $400 bow. This one is a Chinese takedown recurve, $109. That's with shipping.
The only bow I have in the house right now is a compound crossbow, and I bought it used for $100, and it came with some bolts.
Yeah,
and it was it's a Barnett Demon model.
Barnetts are decent crossbows.
Yeah,
I always preferred the recurve style over the compound style because there's less stuff to go wrong.
yeah, I suppose that's the case.
Be well, Sarah. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, this is not the recurve style at all. I'll try and show it on camera here.
Yeah, that's a compound one.
Maybe if I can get out of the way a bit.
What's the draw on that one?
I'm not sure. It's not hard though. You stick your foot in here and then you pull up on.
Yeah, that's called the stirrup.
Yep. It's
Do you have a claw or a cocking device for that?
cocking device. Well, when you pull it back, it cocks itself. It's got a safety on it.
Okay, because the ones I've always dealt with, traditional style compounds that are recurve in
I
style.
can cock it for you now to show you how easy it is to cock.
Okay, if you want to.
Stick my foot in the stirrup and you just, you pull up on a string
Okay.
and it sets itself there.
Well, just be careful on doing that.
Well, yeah, obviously.
No, I just don't want you to get injured. That's all.
No, of
And I
course.
definitely don't want you to break it. So.
The the pressure is real. There's a magnificent difference from the initial pull to once those wheels kick in.
Right, that's called the let off.
And yeah, it'll change it from like maybe a 55 or a 60-pound bow to a 35 or 40-pound draw.
Yeah, I think Mark would actually be able to explain that one better.
Oh, probably, yeah. Like this is just something I bought. I hunted with it a couple of times. Not terrible familiar. Used it for target practice a little bit. So I know how the thing works and I know how to use
Hi,
it.
Sarah. Thank you for coming.
But yeah, somebody like Mark would absolutely be able to explain it better. But I think he's gone to bed.
If he was in and out, if he was in. Yeah.
No, he said he was headed to bed, or was getting ready for bed.
Yeah, he wasn't going to stay long. He did. That's why he didn't come up.
Oh,
He just seen we were on.
Appreciate that. Hey,
I like Sarah. I gotta get. Does anybody have a link for her?
one of the moderators probably will.
I hope I. Oh, let's see. I got to make sure I get the right Sarah Boss because
Are
there's
there more than one
multiple-
Sarah Bosses? Because I only see one here. I see 2 comments, but I only see one Sarah Boss.
Well, it's the thing is when you go to look on YouTube on the name Sarah Boss.
Oh, okay. You know what? It's kind of like Johnny Harper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But there's only one me, so I know it's me. So.
Do you know what? You're actually not that easy to find.
I know.
Your channel name.
Really?
Yep.
Now I'm curious to see what my name will come up if I look it up.
Well, it's it might be a decent idea in the future to update it to something that pops up easier and is less hard to find.
Well, I did change my logo, so that should help.
Well, people aren't Googling or punching into the browser your logo.
Thank you for that, Drops. I really appreciate it.
Channel names are a big deal on YouTube.
Yeah. I used to go by my full name on my channel, and
it's got to be something catchy, easy to remember, and flows off the tongue, and just there isn't a whole lot of competition for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Grace has got a doppelganger. Stuart's got a doppelganger. But I mean, there's not that many Kincaids out there. Like the spell, the way I spell it,
especially spelling it the way you spell it, because that's what makes it difficult to find.
Why?
To be honest with you,
it's the traditional spelling. So that's all I know.
Well, all right, fair enough. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's not easy to find.
Well, here the name I used to go by is see.
Like when I was beginning to shout out your channel, Colin.
Oh, wrong one.
I was like, well, how the frick do I spell this guy's name? And
yeah, because people get my first name wrong.
I can't find him anywhere.
All the time.
So
it still sounds the same. It's just different spelling.
Yeah, yeah. It's just a thing of that. I guess the Y is a change. I knew there was a Y in there, and I think I put KINKAYDE or something. Like I knew there was a Y, and I was trying to figure it out, and I'm like, I can't freaking find this guy. How am I supposed to shout him out if I can't find him?
Well, the thing is, I mean, I dropped my first name off the my channel because people would get my name wrong every single time.
Oh, dude. You're correcting people. I'm correcting people. Everybody's correcting people. Anytime you're in a chat, no, it's Colin.
It's okay. I even have it on my picture
Not
on the
Colin.
screen.
It's not. This is not a Colin. This is Colin.
Colin is down here.
Yeah.
Colin is here.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
This is John Smith. Hawaii 5-0. Hey, here's something I got for you, Hawaii. Hang on a second.
How you doing, South Florida? Thank you for coming.
All right, Hawaii. Okay, so I understand you're in the not necessarily rental. Yeah, I guess it's rental. What do they call that thing? Airbnb.
Thanks, Blake.
Okay, so with that, I understand there's a bunch of things happening in Florida.
Glad to hear it.
Florida, or sorry, happening in Hawaii. Hey, South Florida. What's Airbnb? Yeah, okay, thanks. Okay, so I've heard, like within the last week, that there's an influx of. I'm not sure if it's tourism or whatever, but I heard cars are renting for massive amounts per day. What is your report on that from being on the island? I would have asked Johnny, but I haven't bumped into him in the last
I
couple.
talked to him earlier. I got his phone number. No, actually, I got something else to show you. Something that Blake Hurst making for me. You want to see it?
Yeah, what's Blake doing?
Okay, let me show you here.
Love to see.
He's made me an arrow before. It's a new arrow, but he's actually made me a four-fleshed one, which he flint knapped himself.
Holy crap!
That's the tip. And there's the fletching. Before and after.
That's like Bronze Age or prior.
Yep.
That's like caveman style.
Yep.
And Blake did that for you?
Yeah.
You doing
He
that
sent me-
yourself, Blake? Wow.
I want him to do a video. You know, I mean, I would love to see that. Because he can flint knap, and that's a skill that I don't have.
Yeah. If you don't know what you're doing, you'll break everything all the time. All the time.
He says he uses a deer antler to do it.
Oh, instead of a stone? Okay.
I think so. We could always ask him. Blake, could you please explain it to everybody how you make your arrowheads? Because he made the other one I have. Give me a second. I have it down here.
Most car rental companies went into receivership.
What did I do with it? Shut it.
That's why it's so expensive to rent a car right now, because there's no cars to rent. Maybe buy yourself a couple of cars and rent them out.
I can't figure out what I do with it.
You'll already have clients if they're renting your Airbnb. Just a thought when I heard about that. It's like, wait a second. Hawaii's got property over there doing the Airbnb thing. If all these cars are so expensive to rent, maybe buy a few cars and you know you've already got business from your clients. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, Johnny uses like several vehicles when he's over there. I mean, on his videos, I've seen him use his mini bike. I've seen him use his moped. I've seen his bicycle, his truck, and just walking.
Yeah. Now
And one of the,
have we seen any swimming, fishing, hunting, fishing while
uh,
swimming videos? I
not
don't think
yet,
so.
but one of the things I'm going to help him with once I get moved is I found a bow fishing setup that he could attach to his bow, which is the same thing I'm going to attach to my bow.
He's got a few
And
bows.
maybe if Cliff was still here, I'm not sure if he is. He was in here earlier. Get the same setup for him because we all have something in common. Sean, I'm not sure if you knew. All three of us are left-handed.
Cool.
Yeah, I know. You don't. That's we end up on the same panel a lot. But the thing is, I found the bow fishing setup for $30 on Wish. So
Wow.
that's the reel,
Man,
the attachment for the reel, and the
he's gonna
arrow.
be happy to receive that in the mail, bro.
Yeah, I told him if I send you this, I want a bow fishing video.
You know what? I
And if
still owe
he
you a
gets
grilled
locked
cheese video,
down,
bro.
he's going to need it.
I still
He's
owe you a
talking about
grilled cheese
lockdown.
video, Colin.
Huh?
I still owe you a grilled cheese video. I'll get you one. Don't worry. I just need to be in the mood for a grilled cheese, but I mean, I got so
That's
much.
perfectly fine. You know, if grilled cheese is, you know, you got to have the right atmosphere for a grilled cheese. It's in what hotter weather, it's not doesn't work out too well.
True say. Yeah. Yeah.
Drops. I'm as a instructor. I am ambidextrous in my teaching. I could shoot left and right. I'm just better naturally left since I'm left-handed. I was better, almost as good as with my right as my left, but I recently discovered I have an issue that I didn't know about until the last 3 or 4 months. I've got a cataract building up in my right eye, which I'm going to have to get fixed. Okay, what's LT? Okay, I'm curious about this one, Sean. You might be able to enlighten me. LT tires and a LiPo battery.
LT tires.
I don't know what that is.
Something terrain. I'm not sure. Like for harder terrain.
Here's something that Stuart said.
Grilled cheese any day. Put it in the fridge.
Okay,
Put
Stuart.
it in the fridge. It'll turn into a big glue ball.
Yeah. Stuart, then if Stuart likes grilled cheese so much, I want a video. Grilled cheese challenge.
What do we got to do? Put up hashtag grilled cheese or grilled cheese sandwich for the title or what?
Oh, let's do my hashtag.
What is your hashtag?
I'm typing it out now.
All right, I'll just sit here and wait then. Grilled cheese and tomato soup. Classic lunch growing up.
There's my hashtag. There it is.
Hashtag Colin's grilled cheese challenge. All right, well, I may or may not remember all of that, but well,
Drops actually did the amazing tomato soup with his. But the most expensive grilled cheese sandwich I've seen so far is Grace. She used $11 cheese per grilled cheese. It looked delicious. Don't get me wrong. It's just expensive. And Drops tomato soup.
Oh yeah, you can make $40 grilled cheese if you wanted to. Li is lithium ion. I'm not sure what LT is.
I'm not sure. It could.
Oh, lithium iron. There we go.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is the cheese that Grace used.
Oh, $11 Gruyere. Okay.
That's expensive. I'm more of a simple, mild, medium cheddar and American cheese kind of guy.
I have a $5 ball of fresh buffalo mozzarella. I have probably a $7 wedge of blue kind of cheese.
I can't really do blue cheese because I'm a little worried about the because it is a mold. I might be allergic.
Like $7-8 wedge of Parmesan.
And I'm sure the blueberry preserves were not cheap, Grace.
Plus, I'm gonna put bacon into it, caramelized onions, Dijon mustard.
You mentioned that before. You did mention that before.
Yeah. I'll put it together for you. I'll show you. I'll probably do it. A slice of ham. Oh, look at South Florida getting your big old brain out. Yeah. You know what? I'll probably do it in a live stream for you.
That's cool. Actually, the best grilled cheese I've ever had. I can't get the cheese anymore, and that was the government cheese when I was growing up.
The goob cheese. Do you know what's actually good on a grilled cheese? It's really melty, but it's really like crappy cheese. Velveeta.
Yeah, that works.
Mozzarella.
Yeah, Evan did one, and so did Jason McDaniels did one.
Nice.
Oh, that would have to be smelly.
You're not allowed to eat cheese. All right, we got a dairy thing going on, or yeah, that could be. Yep, dairy or. Yep.
I'm not sure if I saw Evan's grilled cheese. He did. I didn't see it.
The blue cheese I have, I believe, is Gorgonzola.
I didn't realize that was a Gorgonzola.
Do you know what? I've made grilled cheese before with smoked Gouda and bacon, and I'll tell you what. That makes a fantastic grilled cheese with a smoked cheese and bacon in it. Just.
Ooh. Yeah, I remember Grace. Yeah, he did.
Hey, use the garlic that Mallory sent you to make a garlic butter, and butter the outside of your sandwich with a garlic butter instead of just Basil or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Boom.
Oh, no, Sean, I have an idea with the garlic.
Get your mind out there.
Use mozzarella and make like a garlic toast grilled cheese. So Italian flavor, whole thing.
You know what? There's so many different ways this could go. You know, you could make like a.
Oh, that's why.
You can take a French loaf, cut it in half, and then you can make like a bruschetta. Put feta cheese on top of it. Put that under the broiler. Melt the crap out of it, and smash it together and call it a grilled bruschetta cheese sandwich or whatever. You know what I mean?
I think that sounds good. You're making me hungry, and I'm not even hungry.
Well, it's a simple concept, but there's so many things you can do with it, right? So many different ways you can take it, right? Drops. Yeah, don't eat the cheese if you can't eat the cheese. Like, no.
I can eat cheese, but I can't eat a lot of it.
Well, cholesterol.
Mine's more of a digestion problem. I don't drink enough water, generally.
Okay, see, hang on a second. Let's talk about cheese here for a second, all right? There's cholesterol in cheese. There's proteins in cheese that people can't process that are, say, lactose intolerant.
Oh, I'm not lactose intolerant.
Yeah, well,
I like milk too much.
Whichever, it may plug you up, but there's also a bunch of sodium in cheese typically, right? So
yeah, that's the one thing I don't do a lot of generally on on principle, not so much on anything else. I just don't use salt because I grew up in meals being saltless because my little sister had a kidney disorder
Look at
and she
South
was not
Florida.
allowed to have a lot of salt, otherwise she'd blow up like a balloon.
Gotcha. Yeah, look at South Florida. Smoke a head of garlic and put it on everything. Bravissimo.
Not ice cream. Sorry, South Florida. Never
Hey, you
ice.
gotta drink water.
He's on whatever that is.
Milk is an inflammatory. Okay. Well,
Is it?
it's probably what grows baby cows because uh, now I'm not saying anything about anything, but in my mind, the concept of milk from a cow, I believe that's for baby cows to like grow them up and get them their natural immunities and all those things. Just the same way as it is for a baby human to suckle from the teat of mama to get all those things.
Be right back. I'm putting these back up off. Get them off the
Just
floor.
saying. Okay, so now in my mind, you know, uh, like dietarily, us as humans, we've only been domesticating animals, dairy producing animals like goats or cows or whatever for about 8,000 years. And to my understanding, it takes about 14,000 years for the digestive tract to change over, to adapt. So, hence all this lactose intolerance. We're really not supposed to be eating or drinking it. Now, check this out too. With that, just between now and the 1950s, that's a very, very short period of time. Okay. In the 50s compared to now we eat 5 times more cheese than we did in the 50s because there's cheese on everything. There's cheese in your cheeseburger. It's in your burrito. It's in your salads. It's in your it's on your pizza. Whatever you buy or make or order, there's some kind of cheese in it, unless it's a straight up salad with no cheese or a piece of chicken or a piece of meat or just vegetables with some lemon juice squeezed over it or something. There's cheese in everything. We're eating 5 times more dairy than we were in the 50s, and it's not the way it's supposed to be. That's just my take. You know what? You guys may have a different opinion or whatever, and if you do, please share in the chat so we can see it and maybe talk about it.
I'm still here. I'm just picking up my arrows and stuff off the floor before my wife, gripes at me about it.
No egg yolks at all? Really? Because I see your comment, Hawaii. No cheese, no pizza, no fast food, no egg yolks, no ice cream. All right. Like I get all of that except for the egg yolks. Unless, of course, you're eating a dozen or more egg yolks a week. But I mean, yeah, they have cholesterol in there, but there's good cholesterol and bad cholesterol, right? Oh yeah, there's insects in the air that you breathe. There's bacteria in the air that we breathe. So we can all get over that.
Okay, almost done.
You know what, South Florida, that's not me. I appreciate that and thank you, but nah, North Shore's good. Just call me North, call me Sean, whatever. I'm just some guy. I'm just a dude.
I'm back.
Yeah, copy that, Blake. Yep.
That happens.
All right, so drops. How many eggs a day would you average eating? Because that's a lot of eggs to get in a week. And if you've got extra, what do you do with them? Do you sell them out or hand them out to neighbors?
You can bake with them. Make bread and whatever you're using, your eggs
Well,
for.
Colin, that's eating them.
Well, the thing is, well, I guess.
Yeah, if you're baking with them, making pasta with them, using them as a breakfast food, as a poached or fried or scrambled egg, whatever, that's all eating, right? But if a person is producing 3 dozen eggs a week, they're probably obviously not eating all of them in some kind of way of eating.
Right.
It just, I guess, a lot of potato
I've
salad.
seen people make shampoo out of eggs. I can't verify that, but
Yeah, solar could be a lifesaver. Potato salad, bacon, give half to the neighbors. They're really on a budget. Okay, yeah.
you help your neighbors. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I usually do 3 to 4 eggs a week, usually on the weekends when I have time to cook. Because we can't have chickens here, unfortunately. And I wouldn't recommend it at a new place right now, having chickens.
No, there you go, drops. You know what? That's actually very noble of you to share those out.
It's not bad, though, 5 eggs a day.
You know, for sure. But I mean, the thing about it is, realistically, if we think about it, can any of us actually use on a steady basis, 7 days a week? Can we actually use 2 eggs a day? That's actually a lot.
Actually, the person we could talk about eggs would be Grace, because she does something about water kindling or something, about storing eggs.
Yeah. I think they store
Water glassing.
a lime water. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there she is. Water glassing. Yeah. Yeah, and that's good for like a year, Grace.
She actually showed that on her channel. It's a really cool process.
Yeah, I think you need to use an edible quality lime
I've actually seen someone who actually used
to get
a
that.
method to store-bought eggs longer by using mineral oil.
I've heard of that.
I don't know what I mean, fresh eggs last, pretty much indefinitely at room temperature if they're held right, stored right. But I'm not sure what it is with the water glassing and the mineral oil method.
2 different things.
I was talking about the how long can they be stored? What's the difference in rates?
I'm not going to speak for Grace, but to my understanding, water glassing, you're good for like up to a year. And the mineral oil one, I can't comment on because I don't know at all.
Hello?
But I do understand that.
Hello.
How you doing?
If you scramble those eggs and
Hang
dehydrate
in there.
turn them into a powder, you can store them in a jar on the shelf
Powdered eggs would be decent.
for 5 years.
So where are you
Colin, where are you moving to?
I'm moving to Carlisle. It's a lot closer to work.
Did you get a nice house there that you're moving into, or?
Yeah, we're trying. It's just temporary until where we get our finances together to buy a place. So it works. We move in later this week. So this will be my last live until we move in.
So you got someplace with a roof, is what you
Yep.
mean. Okay.
Work doesn't stop, so I'm going to be moving from here to there. I'm actually taking a couple of days off next weekend. Let's see, Friday and Monday, where I can have time to actually move physically the contents of the house.
Yeah, I know that drill, boy. That I could not do that in 2 days at my age.
I can't do it at my age. It's just that we're only going to be able to get into the garage and store stuff first. Then the last thing we're probably going to move is probably be the beds. Everything else will be stored and locked away, and then we move out of here, and one less headache to deal with. But it's something.
All
So
right.
where do you live? Where do you live at?
I live on the Big Island in Hawaii, up at Volcano.
Okay,
I
because I know that Johnny lives on Maui.
Okay, yeah, I run an Airbnb and
I remember I talked to you before. Yeah,
and it's been keeping me really busy and booked, and just constantly cleaning stuff and washing sheets and towels and swiftering the floor and mopping the floor and sanitizing. It's just a lot of work, and
you need a Roomba.
I need a what?
A Roomba, a little robot vacuum cleaner.
This is for drops. I'm just gonna have a pickled egg right now.
Jenny likes Scotch eggs.
What I like and what I'm allowed to eat after surviving a quadruple bypass surgery are two different things.
Ooh.
It's being able to walk around and in the sunshine on green and look at the grass from the top down instead of from the bottom up.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
It's worth giving up, pizza.
Being
And,
vertical is a big thing.
No Scotch eggs for you.
well, I'm allowed to have scotch. That doesn't have any cholesterol.
No, Scotch eggs. A Scotch egg is like an
Like
egg
a breaded egg, a
wrapped.
boiled egg.
It's an egg wrapped in sausage meat, and then it's breaded and fried, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to show you the newest members of the family here.
Hey, drops. Here we go. Looky. Balls on hooky.
Oh, I can hear him.
I can hear your chick.
Here we go. I
Yeah.
got myself some golden sex links.
I always get all the best chicks.
And yeah, I just wanted a new variety. I was over at the feed store and I couldn't resist. So
I'm just gonna eat a pickle.
I got to be careful because they'll sit there and fly on you if you're not careful, and they're going to get a little bit cold. Because I keep them in my master bathroom right now when I raise them. So
It drops.
Are they going to be egg layers or meat
I'm
chicken?
not sure if you can see, but I'm eating a pickled egg here for you.
yeah, I saw that. I'm going to do some of those jars of those this
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah, these are the garlic dill ones, okay?
Well, I thought about putting beets on them and everything, but
What's the oldest egg I ever ate? It's probably this one.
I was at the feed store buying some feed, and I couldn't resist these little guys. So
Yeah.
these gals right here,
Yeah.
I've been checking their wings to make sure that they're all even. Because if they're not, then they're a rooster. And last year I got a rooster out of my last batch of golden Wyandottes and spangled Orloffs and
He kind of snuck his way in, huh?
Black Orpingtons. Yeah. Well, I need to get another rooster so I can breed these better, but they're going to get a little bit cold, so I'm going to put them away real quick here. I got 5 of them. They were pretty expensive. They were like $5 a piece, but I just had to have them.
Wow.
Yeah, Mallory was talking about where she can't do that in Canada. Go down to the store and pick up chickens like that.
Well, I'm going to get some hogs too this year, probably. The hog cattle pen is going to cost me about $1,200.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's going to be
$1,200
expensive.
on my new place.
Well, I was going to spend money on a cabin, put a little cabin out there, a little greenhouse cabin last
Right.
year, but the price of wood just shot up like crazy, and it's like I'll probably just build another chicken coop for these little guys right here until they grow up, because they can't go with the main population until later. But yeah, so I broke down and bought some chicks for $5 a piece, and I couldn't resist.
I bet.
If I wanted chickens, I could just steal them. They're at the. There's tons of them that just live at the dump.
Yeah. Yeah, Not around here. Washington state law is almost as good as Texas. If you're stealing something and you're running away, I can shoot you in the back. So go ahead.
Well, but not stealing.
Hawaii's got a lot of that.
I got it. I'm just kidding. You know
They
what I'm
just
saying?
live there.
Yeah, they're. I mean, there's probably chickens everywhere where you're at, right? Hey.
I mean, I saw chicken just run. I mean, I could have picked up roadkill chickens because there's so many chickens out in front of the dump. It's right by the highway. You could, just chicken. There was like a flattened rooster that walked in front of a car or something. It was going 55 miles an hour. You could just pick him up and pluck the feathers off of him, and he's like somebody flattened him with a roller.
Where's that located at? What part of the country? Not specifically, but generally.
Volcano.
Hawaii?
Yeah, there's chickens that they're walking right along the road, on the main highway.
Yeah. But if they're like in Africa, they're all skinny chickens and they eat off the road, so there's no meat on them.
No, these have meat.
Yeah, well, they're fed then somebody
the
feeds them.
rule
No, there's this thing
wild chickens there in Hawaii.
Yeah, no, chickens eat bugs. I mean, the pheasants here that are wild pheasants, they're fat because there's lots of bugs for them to eat, little bugs and critters.
Oh yeah, they'll eat anything that crawls. If you fall down in the coop, they'll eat you. I'm not kidding. They will. They'll eat you.
Yeah,
Mine will. They're big enough.
I got very upset at the local pheasant who I had planted like a lemon tree seed, and I was really excited about growing a lemon tree, and then he came along and ate the sprout. I was like gonna get my shotgun and do him in, but I just
well, that's like the damn deer that ate my blueberry bush last year. It's like snarf right down to the roots and gone. It's like, come on.
we better stay the hell away from my vertical gardening setup, and I don't want he better not touch my cilantro, or he will be on my dinner plate.
Well, let it go to seeds, coriander, right? So.
Deer with blueberries and cilantro. Sounds good.
That actually does.
We have yellow Himalayan raspberry bush.
They're pre-seasoning themselves.
Well, I do get a little herd of things. The mule deer, which are pretty big around here. They go right through my yard every day. If I want to sit on the back porch right when the sun goes down, the crossbow, easy pickings there, buddy. Nobody would know.
Well, we do now.
Whatever. Hi, you're from Wildlife and Fish and Game. Don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Who's this Colin guy, man? I don't know the dude. I'd never been on that channel. Sorry.
Hey, Drops, if you're wondering about that pickled egg recipe I put up on my stream,
okay.
Over on my channel, give it a taste. It tastes like a garlic dill pickle, but everyone knows how a pickled egg comes out. They're more firm than like a boiled egg you take out of the pot. They just firm out, right? Like the vinegar does that too, right? So
yeah, in my younger days, I actually ate a lot of them at the bar, but I really do like the spicy ones better. Make sure you put a lot of hot peppers in it.
Yeah, well, whatever flavor profile you like, absolutely, definitely.
I will not do hot anything. I'm a wuss.
Chop them up, put them in your salad, right?
Oh yeah. You cut them up and put in your salad. I mean, I do that for the kid like every day almost. It's like, oh really? Another salad? I cut the romaine lettuce to butter crunch that I grow indoors and put an egg on there and throw some grapes on there and maybe some cottage cheese and stuff like that. There's your salad.
Sounds like breakfast to me.
Rainbow carrots out of the 3 succession plantings outside that never go away even during the winter. And I'm actually thinking I might get some Brussels sprouts this year. Before they go to seed. We'll see on that one. But yeah, it's just been so expensive. I can't imagine you moving, Colin, because it's just been so expensive to buy anything. I've been looking at land. I've been looking at other properties. I mean, I got an acre and a half right now. I wish I had more, but
well, when we get our finances, we are going to be guaranteed up to $280,000, and we're looking at a property that's going to run about let's see,
What state?
a little over 100,000 for the property for
What
10
state?
acres.
What state?
Iowa.
Iowa.
Well, that's not a bad price, especially Iowa. I mean,
It's not good farmland. It's not the farmland thing. Is if this
Yeah.
was farmland,
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
acre could go for $1 million here.
or 20 grand or more. Yeah, it's
20
really
grand,
expensive.
you won't get a half a lot for 20 grand here. Because I mean, unless you're out in the middle of nowhere and all you have is scrub trees,
Right.
that's all that's all you're going to get. But we want to get something that is, it's got some woods, it's got some, and we can make room for a garden. That's not a problem.
Well, I'm going to actually have a truckload of dirt compost, green compost, not the Grazon compost, dumped over in my yard next week.
Don't like think that clearing land isn't a lot of hard work. It is.
Oh, I have no problem with hard work. My
I
dad,
know. I mean, it's like it depends on the land. If you said it's not farmland, if it's rocky, I mean, you're gonna need a digging bar. I mean, I can tell you stories of. I have a friend. I have my mutual assistance group. He
I'll be
bought.
right back. Put the chickens back with the heat lamp.
He's like doing the homesteader fantasy thing. About he has 3 acres of like ohia forest, and I've been helping him out doing just hard labor on his land, and clearing land is hard work, and especially if it's not even. And there's I could just tell you the horror stories. It's like it's cool that I could go in, do some hard work, and get the vibe of what he's doing, but without having to actually move onto a vacant lot and sleep in a tent for a few months, before he puts together some little shack. I mean, the simple truth is he's building a homestead from the ground up. He's trying to build a cacao farm because it's a good cash crop, but right now all it is a row of banana trees, and if the balloon goes up next Friday, it's just a row of banana trees. You can't live on that, but it has a lot of potential. But there's so much work. There's absolutely nothing it doesn't need. So when you build something like that from the ground up, I don't think people have any concept of just moving someplace and living in a tent and it has like nothing.
Hawaii.
And you really, I mean,
Hawaii. I want to reinforce what you're saying there. When people go ahead and try to do that, they underestimate what the challenges will be, and because there will be challenges and hard work that'll just break your back. So, I mean, it's highly, highly important that when you go into a situation like that, you be prepared to pick your battles and make sure you pay the right people to do the right things. Clearing the land, just get a bulldozer in and knock out the stumps. You can go cut the trees down yourself or whatever, but as far as clearing that land, just hire a bulldozer. Seriously.
Well, it's not even that simple. The problem was they couldn't just hire a bulldozer because first to hire a bulldozer, you have to mark where the boundaries of it are.
It's an example. Right. I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, you got to make sure you have your property lines well marked. You got to have the permits for everything and their grandmother, and you have to have everything inspected as well as you go along.
You don't hear in this area.
You grease the local politicians.
No, it's ag land. You don't need permits. You don't need any permits on ag land.
It depends where.
Ours is actually, we're going through a I think it was an FFA loan or something like that. It's a farm loan setup. So we do plan on having some CRP land. If you guys know what that is.
No. What does it mean?
It's where they pay you not to grow crops.
Oh.
So that they give you a stipend so much per year not to grow anything.
Night, Grace.
Night, Grace.
Well, you also need to look into everything that you're going to buy a piece of land at, whether you have water rights, mineral rights, or anything else like that. You got to check the legal code of what you can actually put on there, because you may be surprised. you may have to put a 100 square foot house on there with a cement foundation.
You might have
Nothing else will
yeah.
fly. And you'll
Oh.
be limited to how many animals you can have and whether you're going to have a farm or whatever like that. So you have to be very careful about when you select land and
We're
buy
planning
it.
on doing everything by the book. We're talking about how much big a septic system we need, how much, how deep the well has to be, and how far everything is. I mean, I've been researching this for like 5 years, but the only thing we've been waiting on is the funding, because we don't want to look at any properties until we know we have money in pocket.
Okay, but
And
one
then, 'cause-
thing you got to really consider though is that there's a lot of in localities you got to consider whether you have to be on a local power system, hooked to the grid, and the qualifications for that. I mean, because that's the biggest thing right there. If you're thinking you're going to go off grid, and then all of a sudden you find out that you got to be connected to the public utilities, or you cannot inhabit that place no matter what you do.
we
That's
already considered that too, because one thing about Iowa, I'm not sure if you knew, Drops, 52% of Iowa's power is powered by wind turbines. 52% of
We got
Iowa's
thermal
power.
here. We got geothermal here as our main source.
Yeah, hence the volcanoes.
Actually, if you think about it, a sustainable culture as far as energy production and use and conservation, geothermal would be the way to go across the world. But they don't do that because it's cheap, not to mention that it's not usable as far as making an income off of you.
It's not
And
Yeah,
that's the
easy.
only thing.
It is for the here. I mean, the guy who runs the geothermal plant here is in my mutual assistance group.
Good.
Right, but I'm talking about geothermal as far as your house being geothermal, where you don't really need much electricity to actually use anything in your house other than some solar panels and batteries.
Yeah, it's
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not something that individuals do. It's like large corporations do it and sell it to the power company. To distribute.
Right, and they make money off of it because that's the whole goal of it is money.
Oh yeah,
You're looking at that part of it. It's just the greed of it. If we wanted to live as a society as more a cohesive society that's more independent but also connected together, we would have geothermal houses and we would have solar panels that would actually interact within a grid that is actually community shared. You remember how Google used to be, right? Remember how Google used to be when it first started? Guys, do you at all?
I didn't come on until later.
They used to beg you to let them use your computer as a server for their system
Holy
as
crap.
part of the community. And that was a long time ago.
You
Okay.
old.
Well, now we got Theta. I have a Theta Edge node that I'm running right now, and I make cryptocurrency off my Theta Edge node, and that hopefully will be worth something. And it's like Internet 2.0. It's like the internet won't work without Theta.
Actually, if you look at, I'm one for Starlink to break off on an IPO from Tesla because actually I do see that as a potential. Starlink is probably going to take over the internet and wipe out cable companies and everything else. And yeah, I know some people that already have Starlink. I know a gal up here about 80 miles up the road in Washington State that actually has Starlink. She switched from satellite, and it's faster than when I got in my house. It's better.
All right, South Florida. What you're saying down there, if you go solar, they pay you. What that means to me is it's required for you to be hooked up to the grid. Okay. All right. Now, a lot of people who want to go off grid don't want nothing to do with the power company or anything like that. But if they're going to pay you, you have to have your put up your grid yourself, link it into theirs.
Let me give you an example of that, by the way.
You're not free.
Sean, let me give you an example of that. California, Nevada, you have to actually be still hooked to the grid, and you have to have a smart meter. Otherwise, you can't participate in the program.
Yeah.
And then you have your solar, and then if you have any credits, you sell back to the power company.
Yeah.
They give you credits, but you don't get cash in the bank for it. You just have credits with the company if you have to draw off that grid. and that's what's not right. So
You know,
they monopolize that.
there was, when I was at the pub, there was this other guy who runs a little farm, and he says, "Well, I got this program that the government gives me, the state, that I should sign up for it." He's trying to get me to sign up for $5,000, and the Hawaii Ag people come down and help you grow your food on your property. And I was like, I don't care for $5,000. I don't want the government coming on my land telling them. All they need to do is walk into my garage and say, "How come you have like 10 million rounds of ammo in your garage?" It's like, get the fuck out. I'm not taking $5,000 from the government to let anybody on my land.
Code word is bang bang, sir.
They're gonna have to
Code
shoot.
word. Code word is bang bang. Okay. From now
Yeah.
on.
Freedom Seeds is another good one.
Yeah, freedom seeds. Yeah. Let's use code words because you don't want to keep calling alive.
Right.
Right.
Not on the table where we have to sit there and give them CPR and shit.
The thing to think about really is if you're thinking about going off grid, you have to look into properties that do not have building codes. You know what I mean?
The problem with that, Sean, is if you get a property without a building code, then when you try to go to sell that through the bank, you cannot sell it other than more for the land because they don't count the building as a home. That's how traditional real estate is, and that's the big downfall in doing stuff like that. So people that are doing these off-grid cabins that don't really have any code, they get really screwed because you're only worth the land.
Do you know what, Drops? That's a good point that you bring up.
Right.
But in a case where a person wants to build that homestead and live there, and that's going to be like the place where they perish, meet their demise, die, whichever.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Sean, we see that when you get older and things change, you may need the money. And if you're only going to sell the land versus the property, like a house, I mean, you could look at a quarter acre house. It could be worth, $250,000. The average house in Spokane is like $250,000 for a little quarter acre lot. Yeah, it's
what the
expensive
hell
as
is
hell.
that? That's nothing.
But what about the value with the potential food price spikes going up of just these spinning up food production? I mean, if you're actually doing farming on your land and you can and food is spiking up to the moon, ridiculous prices, then it's your house is irrelevant. It's how much food you can spin up, what your food production output is.
Yeah, but we're looking at the real world right now where we're looking at, financial stuff where you can actually, if you had to liquidate something to move or get by, you're looking at the situation where your house, if it's not a permanent structure, then you have a piece of property that's only worth the land. Okay.
Yeah, sure enough. You know what? You make a good point.
Yeah, but it's very traditional, assuming this whole system stays up.
Exactly. Yeah, you make a good point here too. But check this out, Drops. Check this out here. Would you say a piece of property and a house is worth down there on a quarter acre?
A quarter acre in Spokane with a little 12,000 square foot. 1,200 square foot houses. They're about $250,000.
Is that right?
Yeah, and they're moving out here. I already see developers, and I know neighbors told me about it. Also, I had some chit chat with my neighbors, developers are already looking at the property out here, out in the middle of nowhere, where they want to sit there and try to develop, and they're going to start offering people money to get the hell out of here too.
Well, guess what, pal? You know what houses sell for here?
$400,000.
$250,000 over asking.
In California, everything is going over asking, and it sucks in California. The taxes are crazy.
Well, I can explain that if you want me to.
Somebody will put their house up for
$1 million.
Say 780, something like that, and it'll go
Right.
for 1.2.
Right. Well, you look at some of the poorest places in California; they're going for 1.2 million for a little 1,200 square foot house. Okay, on about the same size property. But it's getting more expensive. But I know in Spokane it's a lot cheaper. But I'm just saying that even in Spokane, it's not that cheap. Okay, you're still going to spend $250,000-$350,000 for a house on a quarter acre.
Yeah, but the question is, why would you want to do that if you can
I won't.
do something off grid, live cheap, and when you're dead, you can't take it with you anyways.
That's
But
true.
I do get your concept of if you need to have equity in that property in a house as money to see you through your retirement and into your death. I get that because I
The
think
Right.
like that.
The real estate market is really crazy right now. What about like commercial real estate in malls? They're all that stuff is vacant, and the companies that own the malls are actually buying the companies that are in the malls because they're all ready to move out because it's just the retail.
You have to look back at the last crash in the real estate market, and the real
Because
estate bubble.
malls are
Okay.
dead. Malls
Now,
are dead. You know what's
if you
happening
look,
up here? We got townhouses, I mean, and condos starting at $700,000. And I'm not even anywhere near into Toronto. I'm way on the outskirts.
right. But what I'm trying to point out to you all is that the reason why real estate's going up, Sean, is because of the fact is that the devaluation of currency, okay, fiat currency. And I think you understand that term very well. People are, instead of putting their money into holding fiat currency, they're putting it into real estate right now because it's evaluating more higher as things go along, even during this situation. So they're hedging their bet against losing money by increasing the amount of wealth or the dollar value of the fiat currency. That's what's happening right now. And back in the last bubble crash of the real estate market, what happened is that commercial real estate was protected by the United States government and they were subsidized. That's why it didn't crash. Okay. They were paying out trillions of dollars every year for real estate market, for the commercial market. The housing bubble for the residential crashed, but the commercial market did not. Now you got the same protections that are being added into these stimulus plans. Yes, I see the Liberty Dollar. And right now, I do have gold and silver myself. Okay. But right now they're actually putting stuff into play where they actually have 48 months of forbearance for the people that are actually in trouble. They haven't paid a dime on their mortgages for, since this stuff happened, the bug crap, and they're still running it out for 48 months. And that's what's only propping up the crash of the real estate market. Okay. In that respect. How they're going to handle the commercial real estate this time, I have no idea. But it seems like they're doing a flip flop from what they did last time they crashed.
I got a question. And
Northern Hobbies.
I agree with you, Drops. But I got a question to see if anyone else in the panel or the chat has noticed. There's some high-profile people saying, "Get your money out of whatever you got it into before the end of April," and then there's other people saying, "Watch out for something in June." You know what I mean? I'm not sure if they could be trying to tailor the market.
Well, you're looking at the event of the digital dollar, and that's going to be an established world currency because if you look at what's happening right now, there's I think what's $2.3 trillion worth of transactions done every day in US dollar in this country, and there's less than $1 trillion worth of cash flow. Okay. So if you had to run on the banks, it wouldn't work, right? You don't have enough cash. So they're thinking about moving to the treasury dollars for the digital dollar. And they're also repositioning themselves to actually, and I do follow the stock market because I actually am invested in the stock market. They're actually looking at repositioning themselves so they can actually, capitalize on these, the Bitcoin and the Ethereum and stuff like that.
Well,
they're trying to pass down through the regulations, and I know Hawaiian probably got something to say on that.
the fact of the matter is, now I don't mean to cuss, but I mean this entire bed is going to shit itself, right? And they're trying to figure out a way to recover from it, I think, or to, not allow it to happen because it's going to happen.
It's already in process.
Well,
They've
yeah,
already
100% for sure, and they're just trying to figure out a way how to come out of the other end of it, without shit all over their lapels. So,
Well,
how
what
does
you're
that
going to see, what you're going to see basically is a universal income, EBI.
Yep, it's already happening.
It's coming here to the United States faster than you think it is. That's what the stimulus programs are about. Back during the Obama administration, they also were doing the unemployment thing. That was just a little kickstart for it. But they do plan on doing the universal basic income. The basic level of people, as far as wealth, is going to be reduced unless you already have some. If you do have some, they're going to tax the crap out of you. I mean, I'm ready to send my tax bill off. Tax bill off. It's going out tomorrow for the taxes for the, the clan place here. And I expect it to dramatically increase like 4 times within the next year or so.
They'll tax you out.
Yeah, they're going to tax you out, break you out.
They're going to ban private ownership of anything. The government or the banks are going to own all the real estate, all the cars. They're going to own the clothes that you're wearing on your back, and the money is going to be programmable. So when they go to some kind of digital coin, they can program it so it'll only work where and when on what they allow it to work on.
Yes, that's what they're planning on doing, but that doesn't work out the way they think it does.
You know what? There are many governmental failures for sure. Like, let's laugh. You know what? If you guys want to take a minute to go ahead and laugh at the C7 bill took place in Canada, like in the 90s, and that was the mandatory long gun registry. There was a massive flop, and people like thumbed their nose at like it had like 7 or 8% compliance. It's like, what a waste of freaking money, idiots.
Yeah, well, mine was made in 1913, so it went through World War I with one of my great uncles. So, it's not going to go anywhere.
Sounds like 7.62 to me.
300 Magnum.
Ooh, daddy.
It was a sniper rifle. It only holds 3 shells, so it's, whatever.
Make sure.
Well, I think he needs to hold the nugs now.
But I've used it for elk before and moose and bigger game, and that's what you want on a bear out here. But you can't live in Canada without good bear gun, right?
Has any of you guys ever conceived of taking down a bear with a bow and arrow? I'm just curious.
Yeah, with my 45 strapped to my side.
My uncle did it. He went bow hunting for bear every year. He had a 7-foot tall bear in his living room, stuffed.
Oh, not alive. Okay.
No, he held it with a bow. That's how he did it.
I mean, black bears you hit with your bumper if you have a big old truck over there in the south. Sometimes you hit one. I'm talking about a semi. Hit one with a semi. Then you maybe get a black bear once in a while. But
Thank you for coming, Stuart. Have a good night.
We don't have any bears on the Big Island. Thank the Lord.
Northern Girl Hobbies, your bear clan? So is my best dead buddy Tom from Bear Island in Temagami.
So what I think you're going to see is progression of stimulus programs until they turn into UBI. I think a lot of people will just sit at home and not work like they do over in the UK. I've been in the UK. My brother lives over there. Sister-in-law and her family lives over there, and they basically sit on the government dole. And I don't perceive much of a persistence from that. I see that a lot of people are just going to accept that and roll under.
Well, they're going to pay all kinds of companies not to do anything. I think they're going to pay airlines not to fly planes because of carbon pollution, and this whole carbon tax green thing is just nuts. And it's like they're intentionally want to destroy the American economy and the world economy. It's just
not really. They're actually getting you ready. They're actually getting you ready for a time when the grid will go down.
I just can't figure out how they're going to actually fix it and who's going to fix this mess. Because I know the politicians can't. Or
they're not. They're not going to fix it. They're going to sit there and watch you die off one by one until you come to the point where there's a few of you left.
Okay, hang on a second. Listen to this. Okay, the politicians don't know how to fix it. Think about this. what do politicians produce? They produce,
Lies.
aside from
Paperwork.
lies, what do they produce? They produce
Bullshit.
They produce debt.
Fertilizer.
They produce debt. Okay. So with all the debt that they've been creating over the years, it comes to a point where the pockets are bled, right? And who wants to go to work to dig harder into their pockets? Do you want to go to work 2 days a week for the government, or would you like to go to work now for 3 days a week, or maybe 4 for the government, right? So there comes to a point where the debt is too much. There's no way it can be paid back. The thing's going to crash. But look at what's interesting about this, and this is gonna something I'm going to share with you guys. And Northern Girl Hobbies here in the chat. She's a sister here in my fellow province of Ontario, so she might know this too. But there's been a lot of things popping up on the computer that Canadians may just see an automatic credit card issued to them, which is
Sean, the UBI is coming. It's coming.
which is the UBI. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
coming.
Yeah,
It's coming.
And so what I'm saying, I mean, like, okay, be damned sparkle socks up here, and your minister in chief down there, and the way they're leaning, I think they're both championing the race toward NWO. I'm just saying it, and I'm saying it.
Well, that's part of the plan. That's event 201. I'm sorry, and the WHO, the CRVF. That's all. This is all more of a stuff probably Colin doesn't want to go into. But
Here's what I think politicians.
I generally try to stay away from the government stuff talking, to be honest.
yeah, exactly.
What the politicians produce is hatred. Can I just tell you what there's a new neighbor that bought the house down the street, came over to say hello, and I had already met his wife. I said, "Welcome to Mystical Magical Volcano," which is my same thing I say to everybody that rents out my Airbnb, and because that's how I feel about the place. But I talked to him for just a little while, and the first words out of his mouth was, well, not the first words after hello and how are you and stuff. They basically said Jesus was a socialist. Okay, and I'm Jewish, so whatever anybody thinks about Jesus, but no, I really thought he had him confused with Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler was a socialist, and not that.
No. Yeshua was not a socialist.
What?
Yeshua was not a socialist.
Yeah, I don't think.
Not even close to
Either.
that.
But
What he taught was individual responsibility for your spirituality and your commitment to your fellow man.
and then the next word he said, then he pulls out the race card and drops the racist bomb and walks out and leaves. So it's like, how am I supposed to deal with a neighbor like that? But
I don't know, homie. I'm only about 2% African American. Okay, don't look that dark, right? My daughter's half black.
I don't care who's.
Tell me what race you want to talk about, because I'm a mutt. I come from India, Middle East.
Guy who used
mostly Swedish and Dane, by the way, Viking type.
Here's the guy who hired me. I got, when I was running my studio in Burbank, I got hired to do audio spots by Ward Connerly for Prop 209, and he had the incredibly crazy idea that racism was always wrong, but so naturally he wanted to ban affirmative action because, Ward Connerly was a black guy. And he was like one of the UC regents, University of California regents. And so what he wanted, he had this bill called Prop 209 that won the election, but our campaign may have been deceptive. I was just the audio guy. I did put together the spots that they paid.
Have you ever read studies about the most prejudiced people in the world are the ones that are within their own group of people.
Well, basically, I mean, just what?
No, seriously. Now listen to this. This is an actual study that I've listened to, because I used to do debate.
I
I
guess
used to debate in high school and college. Okay. The most discriminatory people are the people that are in their own same old group. You discriminate against your own group more than you do any other group of people in the world. Did you know that?
I'm not in a group.
What kind of people are you talking about?
Well, if you're all Irish in your Irish community, then you'll have discriminatory against a certain part of your Irish community. You're more discriminatory against your own community than you are against a different race or anything else like that, ethnicity. Did you know
What do you
that?
mean? Wait a second. If you're hating on your own race, like saying if you're an Irishman and saying, okay, wait a second.
Yes.
Irishman saying to another Irishman, wait a second, you're not Irish enough. How's that racial discrimination?
No, that's discrimination, period. Okay? You have your own cliques and your own clans. If you look at the UK, you're very, very divided by income and social status. Okay? A lot more than the United States. Trust me.
I was trying to make a point before all that, though, which was that what Prop 209 said was it made it illegal to discriminate on the basis of race, sex, or religion for university admission, public contracting, and who gets what contract, and that's what affirmative action was. So racial quotas, racial set-asides, it was all racism, so it was wrong. But
unfortunately, everybody's the same damn race. We're not even a subspecies. Okay. We're all the same race. We're not a subspecies.
Yeah, we're all human, right?
And it's just based upon skin color. That's what it is. Okay? Or different ethnicity or culture.
Race is a distraction.
It's a divisionness.
Hello?
Divisionness.
Race is a freaking distraction. Don't even talk about it.
Okay.
It don't matter.
Guys, can I ask we just start getting off this topic because it's getting a little bit.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm actually talking about South Florida down here. If anybody has any archery stuff, I'd be greatly love to talk about that. Drops. You've shot bows. What
I've got a few. I got a compound bow and I got a pool pistol bow, and that's just kind of like my little thing to do with. And they're carbon bows, as far as the arrows and stuff. They got 3 shafts on them, Yeah. And I plan on putting some hell bays out there and target and teaching my daughter how to shoot it. Okay. So this summer. So I plan on recording that. That's going to be a great thing to do.
Oh yeah. I actually got offered a job to run an archery range at a Renaissance fair coming up.
Is that a solid job or is that just seasonal?
It's seasonal, but that's okay. I used to do that before. I built my range around it because something like that. I did that kind of thing seasonally for 20 years, and for 3 days I can make $1,500. So that's not bad. Yeah,
it's a little cash reserve. I mean, why not go for it if it's 3 days? I mean, that's a little gig, right? That's like, you pull out the guitar and you sing whatever and, and you make a little bit of gig money and, and hopefully they pay you in cash.
I run an archery range. They pay me cash to let people shoot. And that's the big thing. Good night, Northern Girls. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, little gigs like that are pretty good. I actually do run through some of these freelancer sites, and if I don't do a certain amount of business or a certain amount of transactions, the government never sees it. But I do claim it because if they ever ask me, and they say, okay, prove your income, and then, bring all your stuff, and I was like, okay, well, if you're going to ask me for all this stuff, prove it. That's where they get them at.
Digital currency, so they don't have to ask, they'll know.
No. Right. Yeah, I understand all you're saying, but we're trying to get off that topic. Okay.
Oh, that one too? Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to get away from that.
Anything political.
Okay.
Neutral. Quit, please.
Yes, please. We're trying to get off that stuff. So let's leave it alone.
On archery, that I had a friend that used to work at the hunting shop, who has a YouTube channel, and he always said that, for like shit hits the fan scenarios, you should just get a recurve, because if you get one of those like $1,200 cam bows, then it's like if the string breaks, you need special equipment to restring it, and
Right.
so it becomes pretty useless. And recurve you can restring yourself.
Yeah, I'm actually going to show you something, gentlemen. Please forget it here.
Night,
So-
Kenny. You know what? I'm going to jump down too, all.
Okay, Sean, good seeing you.
Thanks for coming, Sean.
Good to see you all as well. Stay well and safe. Enjoy your weekend.
Be clean.
is-
Uh,
One of the bowstrings I've made.
Colin, I'm out for now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
No,
You're welcome
care,
back
Sean.
anytime, brother.
A pleasure to be here. Thank you for hosting.
Now, I make my own Flemish style bowstrings.
Out of what? Basically.
B50.
What?
It's give me a second here. It's a B50 material.
B50. What's B50?
I'm gonna give you a breakdown of it. It's a Dacron material. B50 Dacron. That's the name of it.
Is
And
it petroleum-based product?
well, I've used artificial sinew to make bowstrings. I've done different things, but this is actually no, this is different. This is part of a bowstring, but this is actually what I use for making the server. What my necklace is made out of. I always carry archery gear with me no matter where I go. Let's see.
I've never made a bowstring, by the way. I just buy them.
I
know.
I learned to make them a while back, and it found out because it saved me so much money in buying them, especially if I'm somewhere where I can't get to somewhere to buy one or whatever. I can just make it, and I'm still good to go. And like I said, I made this one probably
Right.
about 5 years ago, and it's as strong as the day I made it.
Yeah, I
black.
actually just buy. I have a couple backups for my pistol bow, but I don't have one for my main bow right now. I should probably get some.
But I mean, there's different styles bowstrings you can make. You can make an endless loop style, which is not the setup I have. My bowstring maker at the moment, it needs repaired that I can't do. And I have a friend of mine who's a woodworker who can copy it.
How much time does it take you to make that string? Put that string together from?
Probably about 20 minutes.
Oh, and you can just get the resource that's the material you need online or something right now.
Yeah, actually, I go to the local archery shop. They sell reels of the strings. You can get them in any different colors you want. I like green and blue.
So, did you have a mark out pattern for this to actually do this, or did you actually just kind of judge it?
Actually, like I said, I have a jig that's set up for it.
Okay.
I actually have somewhere on my computer here the pattern for you can make your own jig
But you
yourself.
can actually purchase the jig, and you can actually just make it on the jig.
Yep.
And it shows you all the knots and everything.
Exactly.
Well, that might be more useful for a lot of people because I don't think they probably can make a lot of stuff from scratch.
Yeah, you can use other materials. I've seen people use silk, not my kind of thing, but that's a little bit more expensive. I don't like using nylon because it stretches. Artificial sinew can stretch, but it's awfully thick. One of the things I'm planning on doing is taking some paracord and making a bowstring out of that.
Wow.
So
Do you think that'll work out? I mean, considering that, or
that's the whole point of the video. I don't know.
yeah, well,
mean,
over time, would it work out? I mean, I'm sure it
Um,
would probably work out in the end term, but
Yeah. Let's see here. I've got a piece of paracord over here somewhere. Let me see. Okay, as you gentlemen probably have several pieces of paracord throughout your own house,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I have paracord.
and you can see that's all there is on the inside of paracord. And all you do is you use one piece of a strand, and the way it's strung on the bowstring maker, it overlaps it multiple times till you get to about between 12 and 14 strands. Then you would wax them down, and then
So do you have an adjustable jig where you can actually adjust it to this different size of string, or is it just
Yeah.
like one solid?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what's one thing about the jig. It is totally adjustable to the size of the bow you're making it for. The everything's all in the twist when you do the ends. This part here. That's all one piece. It's all connected.
Right.
And this is the most frustrating thing for me I've ever done is these little end loops. The part is not so bad, the easy part is the serving. Is this part here.
Is that like a little ring you clamp?
Yeah, this is a knocking point.
Okay, so you clamp it.
I've actually got, give me a second here. I picked up a new box for my archery gear today. So,
Ooh, new boss.
well, my old one was just wore out. I've been, contemplating buying a new one for a while. And the knocking pliers look like this.
I got a pair of them somewhere.
Yeah. It just crimps.
It kind of looks like a stripper.
And I
just wondered because I have several pairs of crimpers around the house for
I
cable and everything else.
beeswax for my strings.
Yeah.
And I got, like I said, I've got the materials for making those. I've only got one color that I choose, so give me a second here. There you go. But you can make them any color you want. You can even make them triple colored if you want to. That way you can just personalize them. But the amount of strands, more strands you have, the stronger it is. But it also makes it
Tensile strength.
exactly. And
Right.
I shoot a 74-pound longbow, and that's not even the heaviest bow I own. The heaviest one I have is 100-pound.
So,
And,
what point in your life did you get into archery? Because I fell into the firearm thing. So, at what point in your life did you get into archery in a big way?
I started getting archery in a big way when I was 8 years old. And that sounds stupid, but
No, not at all.
I watched an Errol Flynn movie, the original Adventures of Robin Hood with Errol Flynn.
Okay,
And
good movie.
very awesome movie. Totally unrealistic. But the thing is, then I did the research and found out who actually did the shooting in that movie. The guy who played the captain of the guard was Howard Hill. The Howard Hill, one of the best archers of his time. The splitting of the arrow, while faked, was still him.
Of course, I found the most fascinating part of that film wasn't the archery; it was the sword fighting. Did you hear the story about Errol Flynn and the sword fighting when they weren't supposed to be using real swords, and the director gave them real swords without them knowing it, and they didn't realize it right away, and because he wanted more realism in it, and so when Errol Flynn found that out, he used the real sword that he had and ripped the director's shirt off completely with it. He said, "Was that real enough for you? Enough realism for you?"
Yeah.
That was it. I thought that was just amazing that he would do that to the director, because the directors in Hollywood are God.
Well, Colin, I'm getting a little bit tired, and Lava, I'm getting a little bit tired. I'm going to drop down and say goodnight.
Well, thank you.
You all have a great night.
I really
Okay.
appreciate you coming.
And I hope that things that get off too topic that you get in trouble for it. So,
That's okay. Thank
keep
you
it
for
on download,
feel free to chime in.
Right. Have a good night.
Good night. God bless.
South Florida, I actually
bless
do
you all.
have a threadbare item that I need to show you that I picked up. Well, let me correct myself. My son found at a citywide trash day that someone had thrown on the curb.
Trash day?
Yeah. Well, every once in a while around here in Iowa, they have if you want to do like a spring cleaning, they allow you to put a whole bunch of stuff on the curb and they'll come pick it up for free. And we find so many cool items. I found a just in case automotive kit, complete with tags and everything, but it was just old, never been used.
Well, I haul all my stuff to the dump myself, so.
Well, this is one of the things that they do here in Iowa. But here's what I want to show you. Get it here. Here's something. Oh, you're here.
I can't hear what you're saying, but I hear things going crashing and bang while you're searching.
Oh, I've got so many bows I'm going through right now. I've got like 20 bows on my wall, and I'm going through them. And this is what I was going to show you. This right here.
Bear and little.
It's a Bear glass powered little bear. It's a. Let me see here. Find the draw weight and stuff. Okay. It's a 20 pounds at 24 inches, 48-inch bow. And here's the kicker. Give me a second here. It was made in Canada in 1953. There's only one person who could have made this bow. Fred Bear himself. And it was just sitting on the curb in the trash.
Wow.
Which makes it interesting because it's left-handed too. And left-handed bows are not common. I'm left-handed. That's how I know.
But a 20-pound, that's for like a child, right?
Yeah, it's a youth bow.
Yeah.
The thing is, at 24 inches, I mean, it's probably more of in the average of a young adult, maybe a small young lady or something, probably about 29 to 30 at 28, give or take. See, it's 2 inches. See, it's 2.5 pounds per inch past the recommended draw lengths. So if you go up to 28, that's 4 more inches. That's 8 more pounds. About 28 pounds, almost 30 pounds.
But you said you started getting into archery when you were 8 years old. That's not unusual at all. When I was 8 years old, I was hanging out in the backyard. My dad gave me a Daisy Red Ryder BB gun, and I was just I would spend hours every day just planking aluminum cans in the backyard.
When I started off shooting off, I mean, not this particular size bottle, but with the regular size Pepsi bottle, shooting at a little emblem on these at 20 yards.
Yeah, it's aim small, miss small.
Exactly. Yes, I know Ted Nugent. I actually have one of his arrows around here somewhere. He's actually got property here in Iowa. For those people who didn't know, he down south of where I'm at, even he has some hunting property.
I like that song of his, Stranglehold. That's a pretty good guitar solo in that song.
I don't know his music that well, to be honest, because I was a little kid when he was really, popular. My sister listened to him a lot, but I was just a little kid at that time, back in the 70s. Unfortunately, was he a good archer? I will watch his. Yeah, he had a TV show for a while. I watched it, but I don't know his music as much as I do archery stuff.
Well, if you try Ted Nugent Stranglehold, it'll come up, and it's like a nice guitar solo in there in the middle of it.
Oh yeah, he's a really good musician. But I love this. I love him watching him shoot more than I did anything else. It's a matter of preference. He can make a bow sing, though. Oh man, he's good. His wife's pretty good too. But they come to Iowa every year for I'm not sure for deer
Well,
season.
he'd be a cool neighbor to have he'd be cool to have as a neighbor. I'd trade any of my neighbors for him. Everybody
I'd
here,
trade my landlord for him.
but uh, he's into archery and all the others, living off the land and all that kind of stuff. Is that what you're hoping to do when you get your own property? You have a place that has like game all around it or something like that?
Well, if there's game available, that would be the goal. I mean, is it a negative thing if I don't? No, I mean, but the thing is, 10 acres, a little bit more privacy. Yes, I would love to have a place where I can hunt without having to worry about, asking permission. If I want to put a shooting range in my backyard, I can do that without having someone cop say, no, you can't do that. Long as I'm on my own property and everything's safe, which I would always believe in 100%, you got to do everything safe. Even if you're doing firearms, if the right setup, they can't really have an issue with you other than making noise. And if you're in the middle of your own 10-acre plot, someone's got to be really, really, on your property to have a problem with it. But, we also want to have, our own garden.
Are you? Yeah, that's a big thing with me too. I've been trying to spin up my agriculture because it's spring and trying to get everything I got planted and build my raised planting beds, which there are issues with how to deal with some pests and mold and fungus and all that other stuff, all those other fun things that we have here in Hawaii. But from affecting your plants, I started my vertical garden where I hung like a planting rig that with like 8 pots in each one that I got off of Sportsman's Guide, and it looks like it's doing well. But I need more land to do some lettuce, red leaf lettuce, and all the seeds that I got before I moved. It's like I'm waiting for a chance, but I've just had so much work to do. Well, when you buy your own property and you have your own house, it's just there's a never-ending list of stuff to do. And
we grew up really poor. And I know people say that a lot, but I mean, well, my personal didn't have to chop wood every day. My dad did. He grew up living in a place with a tar paper roof house, and including him, 11 kids.
wow.
I had a lot of aunts and uncles. My grandma and grandpa had 11 kids. And they were taught from beginning that if you could hunt it and put it in the pot, you did so. If you were fishing, you brought something home. But that's the way I grew up. That's what I want to do. I've learned to hunt when I was about even younger than 8, but the bows is what I prefer.
But you aren't going to have 11 kids.
No, I've got one. I've got one, and he's 14. And no, sorry, my apologies. He just turned 15, and he's upstairs at the moment. And he is one of the best archers I've ever seen with a longbow. And when we go to the Deer Classic, not this year, mind you, he didn't do it because he just opted out. Last year, he had every adult judge stop and watch him shoot, while every other kid his age were shooting compounds. He's pulling out a 47-pound reflex deflex custom longbow and, getting decent scores as much as the people with compounds. No sights, nothing, no bells and whistles. Because that's the way he grew up. He actually started younger than me because I started teaching him when he was 2.
I've seen some of those Olympic archery competitions, and they're very interesting. But they do use all the advantages, of modern gear. But still, it was pretty interesting just watching the competitions for the Olympic and Pan American Games, the archery contest.
I actually shoot a style called bare bow, which requires no sights, no bells and whistles. I'm actually the 2019 Iowa Games senior master champion for Iowa.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well, the thing is, I've always wanted to join the Iowa Games. It's been going on since, oh my gosh, 1998 or before that. And I've always wanted to try it. I mean, I always thought I would do well. Did I think I'd win? No. But when you're shooting at 40, 50, and 60 yards, I'm not usually using shooting over 40 because when you hunt, you don't need to go that far. But I can do it, and apparently I'm good enough to do bullseyes at 60 yards. And that was with my cheapest takedown recurve, my Samick Sage, which is actually pretty decent considering it's a long distance. So, and people say, you need all these high power, high price bows. Are they nice? Sure, when you can afford them. Me, I paid $120 for mine, and I've had no issues with it. And if I have crack a limb, I'll replace it, and I keep on moving. Oh, that is so cool, Sal.
You almost made me want to take out my bow and set it in there and start shooting it because it's been hanging in my garage for so long. And I'm more of a firearm guy, but I bought it as an impulse buy off Sportsman's Guide, and it looks like a nice one, and it's just I've been too busy working on. I guess that's been the story of whole of my life. I've always just been too busy to have fun doing stuff. And like I was mentioning earlier, there's just when you buy a property, there's a never-ending list of stuff to do. Plus, I'm running an Airbnb, and
you're a business owner. That's your job.
Yeah.
But you always got to take time to shoot. I mean, even if it's just 15 minutes a day, it's 15 minutes a day. You can just let go. And archery is very zen-like. I mean, to me, when I'm shooting, there's nothing wrong in the world. It's just me and the bow. And I don't care about what I hit. I mean, as long as I'm hitting the target, it's just the aim, the accuracy comes after that. Because I don't even think about where I'm aiming at. I just look at the target, and that's where it hits.
Well, you don't want to hit innocent bystanders.
No. I mean, the accuracy from me doing that has been, since I've been shooting for so long, I don't even think about where I'm hitting. I just know where I'm going to hit just by looking at it. So in the way I could tell if I'm going to miss the target by feel rather than, seeing it happen. Because if the release was wrong, I would know it. Because I don't use a device. I actually just use a shooting glove. Ooh, I got one down here. Actually, I got several done. Not the one I'm going to show you. This is actually my wife's. Just a regular shooting glove. Mine's a lot more heavy duty. More heavy duty because my bows are heavier. But that cost about $25 right there, and it saves my fingers.
Is it leather or
leather? The one I actually use is actually deer leather, so that one costs about $35. But I've also had it for like 5-6 years, and it's in rough shape nowadays. But I also have an arm guards and things like that because the worst welt I've ever gotten from archery is from a compound bow. You're right, Sal. There's nothing like a bow high. I will say this: archery is my passion. I mean, I will talk about it all day long. I mean, I could be up for 6 days straight talking about archery, and with the exception of my eyes burning a little bit, I'll get hyped up. But if I think everybody should at least give it a shot, literally, not figuratively, just because it's fun. And well, let's see. I'm not sure if you watched Johnny Harper shooting his Samick Sage recently. He's got a couple of videos on it, I think. He's always had a compound, but he finds shooting the Samick Sage, a traditional bow, mind you, with no sights or anything, fun. It just is a whole level different than having pinpoint accuracy with a compound. And my biggest issue I've had with compounds is not all the bells and whistles. It's the weight of the bow. And everybody says it's not the draw weight, but the actual physical overall weight of the bow. And my bows weigh a fraction of what the heavier bows weigh. With one minor exception, that'd probably be my solid fiberglass longbow. But that
Longbows kind of got heavy. The traditional longbows were heavy, weren't they?
not they're not as much as you'd think, to be honest. I mean, I think the heaviest bow I have traditional here is my old Damon Howitt Hunter, but the riser is freaking huge. I'm not sure if you were watching when I had it over here on. I showed you guys.
Yes,
Did you
I saw that. I saw that.
The riser is freaking huge. Compared to my Samick Sage. Oh, I'll show you. Here's my Samick. See how small that is compared to that?
Yeah.
Next to nothing to that other one. And one thing I liked about this one, it has options. That's what some bows don't have. I mean, this one's got this, adapters where you can put the either stabilizer or a bow fishing reel. You can put in a whisker biscuit here. You can put in a bow quiver, or if you want sights, you can put sights on. I don't, but I generally just shoot right off the shelf.
Okay.
And the fact is, I can take it off with my fingers. I can pack it in my backpack. If I want the heavier limbs, I put heavier limbs on. If they break, I replace the limbs. More inexpensive than buying a brand new bow. And I make my own bowstrings, obviously. But
well, my next trip to the hunting shop, I'm gonna try and find some target points and I'll pull my recurve off the pegboard and set up a target and do some shit.
there you go. 125 grain target points.
Well, I don't know what they have at the local shop, but I'm sure they have something for it. Because all I have is broadheads.
Okay, I'm assuming you have carbon or aluminum arrows.
Carbon.
That's what the 6 I won last month were carbon, and I actually purchased an extra dozen 125 grain weight arrows heads here. These are the field points because I prefer a heavier arrow, which helps balance out my shots with my bow.
What's the difference between a field point and a target point?
A field point, actually, I can show you. I've got a couple smaller ones here. Okay. Here's one of the arrows. We found this one on one of the local 3D archery ranges in the woods. Okay, this is a target point. I'm not sure how well you can see it, but that way. See how rounded that is?
You hang on one second. I'm going to expand the screen here so I can see it a little better.
Let me expand it a little better. I can make it bigger. Solar layout. There we go. That should help. See how rounded that is?
Wait a minute. No, I think I hit the wrong button. Okay, now I hit the right button. Okay, now I can see it.
Okay, now then here's the field. Oh, sorry, upside down.
The field,
different. This is the field point.
right?
It's not a sharper point.
It's a sharper point than the target points. Okay.
Oh yeah, side by side comparison. See?
Okay, yeah, it's
Well, they
it's
both
like a little longer, thinner head before it gets to the point.
Yeah, and this is a. Let's see, what kind is this arrow? if we found it. Thunderstorm Hunter Carbon Express from Walmart. One of the cheapy Walmart brands. But one thing good about these is that the tips are pretty much interchangeable with any other carbon arrows, even though this is the one I just bought. Only thing I don't like about them generally is if you saw my other arrows, I prefer feather fletching.
Yeah, mine are.
But it was a set of this, because these aren't very forgiving if you make mistakes. And feathers, yes, Mac, what is it? Oh, okay. I'll be going to bed later, okay? Okay, I have a friend. Gentlemen, this is Mac. Mac, this is everybody else. I don't know what he's doing.
He's climbing on top because cats like to be high up. They just like to be higher up.
He's just keeping an eye on me because I've been up for a very, very long time. I don't sleep much. Mac, it's kind of hard for me to do this while you're on my shoulder. Come on, dude. Come on. Get down. Come on. Thank you. No, he's one of he comes on my live streams all the time. He makes himself known, then he goes away. But like I said, field points are one thing we could do with a field point and even a target point if you really wanted to is if you wanted to make it a blunt for say hunting rabbits or small game, you put in a small washer in this location in between the head and the deal here. You can make yourself a little hunting tip. The interchangeable of the tips is one of the best things about carbons. Unfortunately, they're not as durable as, say, cedar or Douglas fir. But because they're a lot lighter, they go faster, but they're meant for compounds. I'm still getting used to shooting them. I've never really shot a lot of them, to be honest. I've always shot cedar. Okay, Cat, I'm trying to do something. You gonna say hi to them, or are you gonna just sit there? Sorry.
It's okay.
See, this is Mac, folks. See, there you are. There they are. It's probably just three of us in here right now. Steadyfoot, how you doing? Okay. I'm not sure what Standing Foot meant by I'm for good and guns.
God and Guns. That's a Leonard Skinner song.
Ah. Nothing wrong with Leonard Skinner. I grew up listening to them. I don't know their songs that well, but if I like the song, I like the song. But dude, come on. I love you and all, but I can't do this. I need my hands. What is up? Go. Go play somewhere else. Yeah, I think he's trying to tell me to go to bed.
Well, yeah, it might be around that a good idea for you. I mean, it's only 9:00 p.m. here in Hawaii, but probably early or later than that over there.
It's 3:48. We've been here for it's 2:12 to be honest here. Pardon me. But it's 3 hours, almost 4 hours now.
I want to wish you luck on your move. It's usually a really stressful time, and if you're trying to do it in 2 days, it's almost crazy. But
that's why I put in for 3 days off from work. So I'm going to expand it to 4 days. And I mean, I can do some things after work, but not a lot. I'm just trying to get the big stuff moved when I have help. So my wife and I and my son are going to be packing everything, and I have to wait for my son to be with me to help me move the furniture.
I mean, I can tell you that after it took me weeks because it's like a 2-hour drive back to my old place and then a 2-hour drive each way basically. And so it was like when after I moved in here, I still had to go clean the condo that I had sold and pack up the little boxes and load them up, and it was up and down, 8 flights of stairs on the top floor condo, and it was like every morning it was the same drill: wake up,
Right.
gear up, mount up, gas up, ride to the sound of the gun, 2-hour drive, run up the stairs, start packing, cleaning, and then try and get the Blazer all loaded up with boxes and of all my small little things that, and that went on for weeks, and my feet were just dead. At one point, I had to just stop doing everything for like 2 days because my feet just stopped working. It was like I couldn't walk on them because it was just insane.
Yeah, we're about 20 miles from where we're going to be moving to.
Oh, okay.
So we're not too far.
Yeah.
It actually makes us closer to work temporarily. Like I said, this is our interim place. And only thing I don't really like about it is the rent. It jumped up $500 more than what we're paying here, which is a lot. Good thing I got a raise. Yay! But it'll make my wife happy for a while.
Oh, domestic tranquility. I have this little mutual assistance group where we're all helping each other, and the guy runs the geothermal plant. When he helps me, his wife, or well, they're not married, but his wife yells at him because he has to finish his house isn't finished yet.
Right.
And so he did some electrical work for me, and I've been working on his property. I've been working on the guy with the Cacao Farms property, just doing manual labor kind of stuff. But domestic tranquility is important. Keeping happy wife, happy life.
Exactly. And well, we actually didn't find this place. This place found us, surprisingly enough, because a friend of mine who does Renaissance fairs and stuff like we do, she used to rent from this guy. She's bought and sold houses with this guy, and he's a lot better person than the person that we're living under right now. And we were looking at another place he was going to rent out. Then he calls us out of the blue and says, "I've got a better place for you, not too far from where the first place was at, and it's going to be open like now." And now works for us. And it's just a little smaller. It does have well, which is nice. It has a fireplace, also nice. A big basement, the garage, everything I need, except for its property is small and it's actually in a community, which is tougher because coming in from outside a community into a new place is really tough because people don't trust you. You don't know who to, you can lean on, that kind of thing. That's always why I always like living in the middle of nowhere. I can rely on me.
Yeah, the West. That's the one thing that I found that that's the hardest thing that takes the most work is building a community. So when I started building a Volcano Mutual Assistance group, it takes a while to get to the point where you can actually trust someone with your life. I used to do live streams with some people on when there was a gun channel, and there isn't anymore. But and there's a couple people I'm like that with because I spent every Monday night talking with them all night till 3 a.m. And it took years and years and years. But there's very few people, and when you're building a sense of, but once you have a sense of community and people help each other and are sacrificing and doing things, and the guy's willing to work for me even though his wife yells at him. So yeah, I'm there. He needs me. I'm there. And
Right.
but it's still this is still a kind of a new thing. I've only been up here since August 1st of last year, and so it's gonna take time. And the one guy, in my group who wants to build a cacao farm. I mean, right now, from a prepping point of view, it's a total zero his place, because if, like I said, if the balloon goes up next Friday, he's he has to live at either the other guy's place or mine. I mean, he could stay at his place for a while, but it's just there's no food production. The shelter ain't that great. I mean, yeah, he can survive. I'm sure, but
He's not going to thrive.
he's not going to thrive, and he'll be better off at somebody's who has just more roof coverage, or and just more stuff. More.
I've been homeless before. I understand completely. Actually, when I met my wife, I lived in the worst apartment you can imagine. It had bugs. It had a hole in the roof the size of a basketball that leaked water through like it was raining, like it was coming out of a faucet. And it had bats. And I even had to share a bathroom with the whole floor for $300 a month. When my wife just met me, and she said, "Nope, you're out of there." And we actually got a house together because of that. But my best support group is the one that lives right above me right now. And without her support, I don't think I could have done it. Be where I'm at right now, and to the point where we're actually going to looking to buy. And I'm in my 50s. I never thought I would ever buy a house, but that's what I want to do, and that's what I'm going to do. Is it going to be easy? No. Is it going to be mind-racking? Definitely, but it's going to be rewarding. I mean, I don't know what to expect, but I expect that it's going to be an interesting ride at the very least. What do you guys think?
For me, selling the condo was the hard part, so that I could buy the house. that
I
was.
don't have anything to sell like that. I actually have to get a loan. I make plenty of money doing what I do, but it just, she works full time too as well. So between the both of us, we have the money for monthly payments and that kind of thing. It's just that it does help when you have someone to help you get through things. Hey Dutch, how you doing?
Yeah, so when you finally get to your dream property, try and it's going to take time, but yeah, building a sense of community is going to take work, and it's something I think that'll be worthwhile to do.
I've got a lot of people I talk to every Thursday. I mean, I'm sure you've seen my Thursday night chats. It gets interesting because we talk about everything under the sun. I can never get a single topic to stay on topic every week.
Yeah, I know that happens. I've done enough live streams.
Thing is, I generally don't have a problem with it. I try to keep it non-political. That's my biggest issue and all that stuff, because it's a hot button topic, which I'd rather not deal with. Politics and anything like that is a no-go, because it gets people riled up and no one thinks. With me, I mean, I'm not going to talk about my political affiliation. I do believe in guns. I do believe in the right to bear arms. I believe in family. I don't care what color you are. I do believe in red, white, and blue. I believe in the U.S. military because I'm a veteran. If that's about as political I'm going to get, so I'm done. So about your place in Hawaii, your B&B. How did you get into being an Airbnb? Did you want to do that? Did it just kind of fall in your lap, or how'd that come about?
It was it was shut down during the pandemic, and but I was looking for properties up in Volcano because for a lot of reasons. I had to get out of Kona. I wasn't happy at the condo for a lot of reasons. That would take too long to explain everything. But
Completely, I'm fine with that. That's enough.
And as far as getting the Airbnb, the property just it had one here. It was built that way. The house was built for it. And I was looking for a house up in Volcano. I had made an offer on another one first that didn't work out because I couldn't I couldn't sell the condo in time, and then I had an offer fall through, and it took forever to sell the condo. There was a house with a jacuzzi that was a lot like this. It's the same kind of kid house, but this one was built and modified specifically for an Airbnb, and it was run as an Airbnb. So all I had to do was just what happened was the neighbors were walking in front of the street, the old neighbors that sold the place before the Jesus is a socialist guy moved in. But they said, well, have you opened up the Airbnb that the former owner units used to run? Because everybody else with vacation rentals has started to open up running. I was like, oh, really? They had opened them up. And I had moved in August, and this was in December. So all I have to do is go on Airbnb and type, upload the pictures, the same pictures that the former owner had, and just type a little spiel about the place. And it started because of the location, right 2 miles from Volcanoes National Park, and all the pretty pictures. It just started. It's been booked solid, and especially with the activity in the park, there was volcanic activity in the park, and people that draws more people.
Right.
And
cool.
And I've got all 5-star reviews. I keep the place. I mean, I know how to run a business because I didn't run this kind of business, but all businesses have a few things in common, and how things should be run. So having run one for quite some time, I just could take one look at it, and I knew what to do. And so you just have to keep the place spotless. You only have one chance to make a first impression, and all the pictures have to be perfect. And location. It's 2 miles.
Well, you already got that when you moved in, so you were good to go there.
Yeah, it was just
this fell in your lap, basically.
And it had a garage. The only thing this place didn't have that I wanted was a jacuzzi. So it still doesn't
add that if you wanted to.
Well, it's not that easy, but if
there's a will, there's a way you figure it out and get it done if it's in the cards.
Well, but I have other priorities ahead of jacuzzis.
That's why I said it's in the cards. It's probably not in the cards at the moment.
Spinning up production, but this place also had a garage, which was important because I had all kinds of stuff sitting in storage in boxes. And when I think I have a video on my channel. It's like Prepper Box Mountain of Doom with all the boxes. When I moved, I'm sorry,
I love that phrase, Prepper Box Mountain of Doom.
Yeah, I have made a video about that. It's just like the garage. It was like it was full of neatly stacked boxes of stuff with labels on it, but I really didn't know where any specific one thing was. So
right. The organization was not there. Okay, that makes sense.
And so it's like my parents called me up and said, Steve, you got to go find your gold and silver coins because out of your boxes, because gold is over $2,000 and you got to find them. It's like, oh my God, I think I know what box they're in, but to get to them, I have to sort through at least 5 stacks of other boxes just to get to where I think they might be.
That makes sense. I found out when you're organizing stuff like that, people do write on cardboard boxes about this, that, and the other thing. Me, I like color coding stuff. If it's depending on what it is. If it's kitchen related, it's one color. If it's camping, it's another color, so forth and so on. I'm not sure if that kind of system.
Well, guess what? I wasn't going to put gold and silver on a box.
No. That's why I said color coding. because you know what the color means, not anybody else. The box itself would have some color on it. You know what I mean? And you don't necessarily have to keep them all together either, because because of that reason you shouldn't. Just disperse them. At least when you can look at a glance and see and know what they are without having to dig.
Well, it depends. Like you said, there's a time factor. You're gonna move in what 4 days? You have 4 days to pack everything. I mean, is it gonna be packed before you move, or?
We're doing a lot of the packing tomorrow, and we're gonna pack on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I've got a 16-foot enclosed trailer I can use that I own, so we're gonna be able to pack everything in as much as we can in that, and hopefully the new landlord is gonna have we're gonna have access to the garage there. We're just gonna start moving everything over. And by the time next weekend comes around, only thing we're going to have left is only the big stuff, such as like the beds and the kitchen table, my wine rack, and our chairs and stuff like that. Bigger stuff that can be all done at once and be shifted into the new place. But the stuff, knickknacks and the small stuff and the archery stuff and this, that, and the other thing. Oh, my cast iron. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of cast iron.
The hardest part was moving the ammo. That's the thing. If you have enough ammo to equip like 2 regiments in the field, and you have to go up and down 8 flights of stairs, my legs were dead.
I do have ammo, but not as much as you, because I only have 2 of those, 1 rifle, 1 shotgun. I'm not going to say what they are, but that's what I have. I don't need any more than that because I'm more of an archery guy. And one thing I've always told most people, the archers are the best recyclers. If you have to use one of these to take somebody down and with no one hearing you, you can do that and still reuse your ammo. But that's my opinion. I've had people who have guns say, "Oh, I can just take you out before you even get a chance to shoot." But you got to hear me coming, doing it first. But that's my opinion. I accept everybody else's opinion. There's better people out there than I am. That's okay. Oh man, what else? I'm trying to read. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, so bear with me.
Yeah, so let's look at the text. I haven't been watching at all.
There's one guy named Edward. He likes apartment life. His houses are always work and upkeep. And South Florida did have a question for you. It's called, what's the best island in Hawaii? The Big Island, Maui.
Best for what? Every island. I would say Maui and Oahu. Oahu has the best beaches, but it's like Santa Monica. It's like Honolulu's like Santa Monica. So it's metropolitan, but Oahu has wonderful beaches and they're accessible. Maui has great beaches, easy access to like get a boat where you can go snorkeling. And
Johnny Harper is from there.
Big Island because it's parts of it are Hawaii like it used to be.
Right.
Is very unique. And
have you talked to Johnny Harper? Any?
Only a little bit on live streams, and I think the gist was everybody was saying how great it is to be married, and I was like, oh, I can't take this gooey love crap.
No. He doesn't actually talk about his wife hardly at all on his when he's with me or on any other things, because his wife likes to be kept private about it. She doesn't like being on the streams. Only thing she does with him is edit his videos. She's a really awesome lady, by the way. If someone's going to be in my mutual assistance group, it would be Johnny, even though he does live as far as he does. Because, we're friends. And if he needed anything, I'd definitely do my best to get it. to him, which is not easy because he sends me Kona coffee from Hawaii, and that can't be cheap.
Yeah, yeah, I love my Kona coffee too. I partially moved here for the coffee. I mean, I got addicted to coffee
Yeah,
doing
how
my
much-
old job.
I'm-
And
I'm-
this week, they have a cupping competition every year, the Kona Coffee cupping competition. I used to go, and the judges always knew me. What brand is that? Let me
Lion.
Lion. Oh, that's not 100. Oh, that's 100%. They
Yeah.
usually I've seen they're just 10% blends. That
This is I don't do the blend. This is 100%.
Yeah.
This is not the cheap stuff either.
Well, the brand I like the best around here, my go-to brand. I won't say it's a brand I like the best. The go-to brand is the Hua Lalai, which is the name of
I've
one.
never had that one.
The Hua Lalai.
Yeah, I've even heard. This is the first time I've actually ever heard of it. But I need to go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll entertain everybody in the audience while you're gone. Somehow, I don't know how. Let's see. I could talk about guns while he's gone. No, I can't do that. This is live stream. Let me try and find the comments so I could actually see them. Okay, here's the comments. Let me say something. Typing. And I spelled typing wrong. There's comment. Shawnee Shave. Let's see. Good coffee on the border, Turkey and Syria. Huh. Well, they have a cupping competition in Hawaii every year. I used to go to the cupping competition. Basically, they have all the farms submit their what's it's called parchment, which is basically their unroasted, processed coffee beans. And then, in order to make the contest fair, they have one roaster give all the entered coffee. I think they have to submit 4 bags of coffee or something, of parchment, and they give them all a uniform roast by one roaster. So and then they basically set it up, and there's 3 internationally recognized coffee judges that fly in, and they basically have a little spittoon. They have a little station where they set up, and they smell and sniff the beans, smell and sniff the coffee, and taste it and spit it out. Because I mean, and it was really cool because I used to show up and they would put out the coffees as they were tasting them, so the people who were attending the first elimination round could taste them. And so I'd bring a thing of wheat thins. I didn't spit it out like they did, but I got a real big caffeine rush buzz by the but I made my notes about the coffees, and each farm, it was different every year because the soil conditions, the rain conditions, everything was different every year. And one coffee that was absolutely awesome one year might just be bitter too acidic the next year. How's the hunting on the island? Well, if I wanted pheasant, all I have to do is, grow out my front door. There's a sheep hunt, bow hunting of sheep by the military range over by Mauna Kea, where the telescopes are, and the military has specific days that you can go, and you have to sign up to get for them to be allowed on the land where some of the sheep are. But you can take sheep by bow hunting. The name of the base is the Pakaloa. It's basically just a target range with a really small landing strip. It's a practice range, and then sometimes they about, I don't know, 5 or 6 times a year they bring up the strikers. They land at Kauai Harbor and do a convoy up to the Paco military base, and they do maneuvers and target practice with their vehicles on that. But there's bow hunting of sheep up there. When you can sign up for and do it, you have to have a hunting license, and you have to sign up to get on the military range for the sheep hunting. The sheep, there's plenty of boar everywhere. Excuse me. So there's a lot of boar, and it's pretty common. It's where I live. There, I haven't. I've always seen on my property is pheasant. There's plenty of them. So,
is that the ringneck style pheasants?
It's the Chinese one.
Okay,
The Chinese pheasant.
I'm not familiar with those. I've heard of them. I don't know much.
I can't remember how to pronounce the actual name of them, but it's the Chinese pheasants. The males are very colorful. The females are brown.
That's pretty much common for most. Yeah.
They have the red masks around their eyes, kind of deal.
Always like a white ring around the neck.
Well, kind of the red masks over their eyes, kind of, make them pop. Let's see. Somebody asked me about.
Yeah, it's probably the same one like we got. Yeah, they looked very similar.
Kajij or something like that. I can't remember. I think it starts with a K.
We just call them the ringneck pheasant, but they're also called the Chinese ringneck pheasant.
Yeah, I was very upset when the pheasant ate my little lemon tree sprout.
That's what you said. I would have waited to put it out before I would have until it was much bigger.
Yeah, I just planted the seed in a pot and to get it started and left it outside and where the pheasant could get to it. So that was my mistake.
Yeah.
I mean,
go ahead.
No,
Are the Chinese pheasants? Do they got a lot of green on them?
the males, that's more like blue. Blue.
It's got the red mask with like a blue neck. and
Yeah.
green chest.
Yeah.
Ours are, well, actually, I'll show you a picture. Let me get this up here.
I have some videos of the pheasant on my channel. You can go see it.
Here, I'll give me a second here. I get to share my screen again. Hey. And let's see here. I think that's it. That's what we get right there. I'm not sure if that was the same as yours or not.
I can't see a screen share yet.
Give me a second.
All right, I'll give it a. No, it doesn't look like that at all.
Okay, the ones that you probably looks like yours. Give me a second here. Is probably, where did I see that one? I saw one that
That doesn't look like mine at all.
I saw one with it looked mostly green, which is I've never seen one without the ring on his neck before. So that's what we always had, the ring neck. But was it, maybe it's probably back? Oh, there we go. That's probably it. Now this one here. Not that one. Where'd it go? Not that one. Dang it! Not the one I clicked on. Oh, that's not. That's probably one. That's not either. Please forgive me here. I'm just good. It's this one right here. Let's see here.
I'm still showing the first pheasant. And I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait if you said no. Now I'm back to you. I have a video of the pheasant on my
There
channel.
it is. There it is. I'm not sure let me see if I can get it to come up here. Forgive me here. I didn't realize it went off when I did that. Does that look like it?
I'm waiting for it to come up still.
Okay.
Give it a second. It's not that kind of. That's like weird. It's like green and brown. This is more like. It'd be easier if you could just go to my channel and play the video.
Obviously. But I mean, that would have to stop what I'm doing and all this
Yeah,
other
okay,
stuff.
never mind. Well, you could just check it out later. It doesn't look like that. I mean,
Okay.
shape is the same, but the colors are all wrong. So
Well, like I said, ours have the white ring around the neck. That's what we call them, the ring necks.
yeah, I didn't see any ring. I don't remember any ring, but I wasn't looking for one.
But that's what we have always called them growing up around here. Ring neck pheasants. That's what they're actually called on most of the identification places here. But then again, different parts of the country have different species.
Yeah, well, they're all imported here as game birds
Right.
a long time ago, and now they're just wild, running wild, I guess. And so they grew up in the forest around my property, and I suppose I just consider them now as a backup emergency food if I need a protein meal and there's nothing at the stores available, and I don't feel like breaking out my number 10 cans of freeze dried or anything.
That's true. That's true. And the fact is, I mean, you don't have to stock them either. They're always there. It's like the chickens on Hawaii that Johnny always shows pictures of. Like they're everywhere.
Yeah, they're at the dump. I mean, if I wanted chicken, there's actually there's a big goose that lives at the dump that's enough to feed like 10 families at Christmas, and he just hangs out at the dump, and nobody owns him or anything. It's just.
I bet the eggs are like freaking huge if it's not a male. I mean,
I'm not an expert on goose, so I couldn't tell. I know the female pheasants are brown and the males are,
I do know that geese actually make really good guard dogs. Surprisingly enough,
so do chickens. Yeah.
Actually, I've heard that the geese's wings, when they're flapping at you, could actually break an arm. But I'm not sure how much true that is, but that's just what I've heard.
My property's only half an acre, but it's surrounded by vacant lots that are also half an acre, so completely.
You're included.
So it's like, yeah. I mean, my neighbors own some of those vacant lots, but they are vacant lots, and I'd like to buy one of them so I could. Honestly, I'm thinking I would be good idea to build one more vacation rentals so I could double the income, because it's been booked solid, and it's like the only complaint I got is it's a lot of work to constantly wash all the sheets, strip the sheets, wash the sheets, get all the towels out, wash all the towels out. Sanitize everything, swift the floors. It's just a lot of work, but they're paying money for it. So
Okay, I'm going to ask an obvious question. Has anybody famous ever stayed in your Airbnb?
Well, I'm famous. Not really.
What do you think you are? Billy the Kid said, "I'll make you famous."
I did actually use that line on a video that I haven't published yet, from one of my guys from my mutual assistance group, because he loaned me his Bosch hammer, because there's this rock I've been working on that I'm redoing there's a front lawn in front of my house in between the house and the garage, and it's too rocky, and there's this huge boulder that I can't dig it up. It's because it's too big. So we're just hitting it with a sledgehammer. It turned I mean, it would take like about 4 or 5 months of me just pounding with a sledgehammer to turn it to dust. But
Wow.
And I don't have that long to just swing a hammer like all day, every day. So he had it's like a small jackhammer, a Bosch hammer.
Right.
I mean, if it was a full size one, I could rent one from Home Depot, but it would like destroy my body to use a full size jackhammer. And
Right.
because I'm a 56-year-old guy now and not a kid. So this is a little smaller jackhammer, and it kind of works. And I'm putting a video together of me attacking this man versus rock video.
That is every man's dream, to be able to use a jackhammer and not get in trouble.
Well, this is a smaller one, so it
counts. It counts.
Yeah, but I mean, if it was a full size jackhammer, the job would be done on that rock in like half a day, as opposed to a smaller one. And I've had other stuff to do, and whenever I do have a free day, it's usually been raining, and I don't mean like a little bit of rain. I mean deluge. And I do have rain gear, and I can work outside in the rain, and I have worked outside of the rain, but
you'd rather not if you didn't have to.
Yeah, and boy, we had like a month of solid deluge. It was like just recently.
There's your title for your video.
I mean, in Pahoa, nearby town, they had 3 inches of rain every hour for like 2 hours, and the whole town was flooded.
Oh, I heard about the flooding. I mean, I talked to Johnny about it a while back. I'm not sure which island it was, but one of your islands got snow here, which is something.
Yeah, up Mauna Loa, yeah, and Mauna Kea. But if you want to drive up to the summit, and I think the road's been closed to Mauna Loa summit for repair work lately, due to the
method where he was at to get some minor,
Oh yeah, Maui had flooding too. Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting.
It's like flash floods on a river that take out houses that are along, because it's like steep mountain rivers. Right. It's just when Maui floods, it's crazy. When the Big Island floods, it's crazy too. But the Big Island is just bigger, and there's more land to handle it. But when it gets crazy here with the rain, rivers turn into like a regular river turns into the Colorado like really quick.
Right. Here, where I'm at here in Iowa, we do have flooding. Not to where I plan on moving to, mind you, but I've dealt when I was a kid. I lived in a small town where, was it about 87 or 88? The town flooded 3 feet because we lived on the Des Moines River. Because someone in the town council thought it was a really bright idea to shut the power off to the town to save it. And every sump pump in town stopped working. And we were driving, I was with my guard unit at the time, and we got stationed there to watch out for looters and all this other stuff. And we were going through water up to the bottom of the doors of our Hummers. And that was just driving around the streets. And if the guy wouldn't have left the power off, things would have been probably fine. But I'm not sure it's not as bad as what happened there in Hawaii. But because, we deal with flooding every year. Because
luckily, my property isn't going to have that problem because it's built on just gravel, rock.
It has drainage.
Yeah.
That's good.
Just because it's gravel rock.
Right.
I mean, it's not. It's just that it's built on a house pad that's all gravel. So
that's cool, though. That's good. I mean, when we get our new place, when we finally build it, I'm going to hopefully make sure that the basement is waterproofed 1,000,000 times over to make sure it's dry. And have a decent sump pump and that kind of thing.
Yeah, this is post-Imperial construction over here, where this property, and it was, when the guy who wants to build, with the cacao farm, that he wants to stand up and build a house and all that on his property, and when he came to my place, he just walked around and was like, "Oh my God, this place has everything." Well, yeah, I bought it like this so I wouldn't be in your situation. I originally thought of bugging out to Volcano. I thought it's like, okay, I had the, doing exactly what he did, just I wasn't even going to buy a property. I just, if the balloon went up and everything went sideways, I was just going to bug out to Volcano and pitch a tarp in the jungle somewhere. And I mean, he bought the land and he's doing that, so I can respect what he's doing. But the way I bugged out to Volcano is there's a roof over my head. I've got a fireplace, indoor plumbing. He doesn't have any of that. And I've got a refrigerator. I've got an ice maker. I've even got a flipping dishwasher for the first time in my life. Oh my God!
It sounds like you love that idea.
Well,
do you have solar panels by any chance?
It was like what he's doing, but the reality is this is a lot better way to do it.
Yeah. Do you have solar panels as well, or no?
No, I rely on the geothermal power plant to.
Okay. I just thought, sure. So it doesn't hurt to ask. Yeah. And Iowa, you don't have to deal with the geothermal like you as well. You do, but Iowa is also one of the country's top wind turbine producers, and 52% of Iowa's total power is done by the wind.
Now in Texas, the problem that I heard from is that the wind turbines froze.
I've never really seen that happen, to be honest.
Well, that's what I was at the pub the other night, and there was this blonde girl who had just moved to Hawaii from Texas.
Oh, that's Texas, though. Texas isn't used to handling snow.
I know, but I mean, if a wind turbine froze in Texas, it'll freeze in Iowa. I mean, turbine.
I think it's because they're I want to say winterized to deal with the weather that we deal with. Because they're made to withstand the temperature fluctuations and the moisture and all that other stuff.
Well, she was a knockout blonde from Texas. That's basically what I remember about her. That whole day was filled with like incredible women I did have a very difficult time sleeping. that whole day. There was this girl at Ace Hardware, a Mexican lady with the biggest breasts I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they must have been like 80s or something crazy, And then I went to the pub and there's all these young hotties, and it's like at the Black Rock Cafe in Pahoa, and it was like I just couldn't sleep all night.
Oh, I bet. Actually, I just did a little research on that, and the difference about our wind turbines compared to Texas. Ours have built-in heat warmers to keep them from freezing. So, because of our temperature fluctuations that Texas doesn't have, they keep themselves warm.
All right. So it's like they didn't do that in Texas because they never thought it would be cold or something.
Exactly. Because 1 inch of snow and they were like freaking out. But
and
here in Iowa, that's nothing. 1 inch of snow is okay. That's a Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, when you lose your power, when you're shut down the power, you lose your power. It's like there's gonna be a domino effect of things that go wrong after that.
Oh, even here, that's one of the reasons why the place we're moving to is it's got two things going for it that I like. One, it's on a well. That's cool. I'm good with that. As long as I have power, I can have water. That's cool. We can work with that. Two, it has a fireplace. Is it necessary? No, but it would be it's a bonus nonetheless.
Is it a wood fireplace, wood burning?
Yeah, wood burning fireplace.
And mine's a propane, but so
I don't want to deal with propane. But I don't
Yeah.
have to. It makes. I mean, I grew up. You chopping wood, getting a wood pile going, that kind of thing. Not as much as my dad did, mind you, but he also had 5 other brothers that help him. 5 or 6. We'll see how much. I can never keep track of how many I have of each, but they kept a pile taller than me. My dad said, and the stories. Oh my gosh. One that time when my uncles tied my dad to the top of a tree and let it go, and he kept on flip-flopping upside down, and my grandpa had to cut the tree down to get him down. It was funnier when he told me, but I lost my dad a long time ago, back in '99.
well, here's some good news: is that my father's 85 years old, and he's flying out to see me for my birthday in May, and
Well,
we're
Happy
spending
early birthday!
together, and it's going to be awesome. We're just going to be together and watch Turner Classic Movies. He's a film buff, and
Oh, I love Turner Classic Movies.
yeah, and
I
so
don't care for the coloration part, but I do love the movies.
yeah, and so we'll just hang out for a couple weeks and just not do anything in particular. And
Are you going to do any? Well, I'm not sure where he's flying from. It's none of my business.
LA.
Okay. Well, you could do the touristy thing and just look
No.
around, see the different things, or you could go do the non-touristy things and just hang out, walk around, do the stuff you do.
Well, I don't want
If he's single, then you can look at the girls. Who knows? Depends on what he wants to do.
well, no, we're just gonna hang out and hang out on the property. Maybe go for a walk or go out to a restaurant, or maybe go to Hawaii Volcanoes Park. I don't know because it's close by. But I don't know.
Do you ever go there yourself, just to hike or backpack or anything?
I've been there a couple times, but not since I moved here. I've just been too busy to do anything but work. Because when you move onto a property like this, it's just a blind man can see 1,000 things that need to be done, and there's just a never-ending list of stuff and that you need to do, and so
I can understand that.
It'd be like taking a vacation from taking a vacation. So living in Hawaii is different than coming here to be a tourist and doing the tourist.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's a different bag of worms, but it has its own positive points and negative points.
It's charm, in other words.
Well, it's how I usually talk about Hawaii. It's like an ex-girlfriend that I used to know. It's like the relationship is just never going to work out, but she's just way too beautiful to kick out of bed.
Well, I hate to say this. It's 3 a.m. here, and I'm barely holding on. As I told Johnny once, so please don't take this wrong, no one can get me to go to Hawaii. Because if I can't walk home, I don't want to go. I'm a backpacker, and I love walking where I go. But I would love to talk to more. I hopefully get my move done quickly so I can do my next live stream in my new place. But
when are your live streams again?
Thursdays at 8 p.m. Central Time.
Okay. I'm not sure what that is in Hawaiian time, but
that's about 5 hours difference. So it's probably around 3 p.m. your time.
All right. So Thursdays, I'll just hit the subscription feed, and hopefully you'll pop up.
And if I pop up, that means I've either moved or something's happening or something's going on. I tried doing Odd Live on my phone once. Oh, it was terrible. I love my laptop. I will, that's what I use. But next time, you're more than welcome to come up and join us. Thank you for coming. Thank you all for coming today. This impromptu live stream was a lot of fun.
That's the best part about it.
Thank you for coming. Steve, is it?
Yes, my name's Steve.
Okay. Colin, as you already know. Thank you, Shawnee, South Florida. I'm not sure who else is left in here. Dutch, and Edward, and everybody else who's standing foot if they're in there. But thank you for coming in, everybody. I've got to go. Thanks. Talk to you guys soon.
Keep prepping.
You too. Night or good morning, depending on wherever you're at.
10 p.m.